네, 내빈 여러분께 안내 말씀을 드리겠습니다. 이제 본 포럼
Please allow me to give an announcement to our distinguished guests. I believe that all of the VIPs are here today and they are looking around the exhibitions. As soon as they arrive to the venue and as they take their seats, we'll begin the forum. So today's forum is environmental friendly forum, and to lessen the carbon emission, we have created our documents without papers. And as you scan this QR code, you can download the presentation documents. So this was a housekeeping announcement. And for the audiences participating on site, we provide you a free Wi-Fi. The Wi-Fi address and the password is on the screen, so please use them at your service. And please turn your cell phone into vibration mode or silent mode. Today's forum provides simultaneous interpretation service. So we have speakers from abroad for the 2 days forum, and we also have our keynote speakers coming in from abroad via online. We also have the receiver for the simultaneous interpretation, channel 1 for Korean, channel 2 for English. For those who do not have the receiver, please find them at the desk at the entrance. And as you are coming in, you probably have listened to this information, but if you go to the Grand Volume A, there are various exhibitions and displays in which you can enjoy. And this exhibition will begin after the opening ceremony, so please enjoy the exhibitions. And I would also like to announce this photo contents. And these are the photos that won the first place, second place, and third place. And with the public voting, it was selected. Thank you for the participation of these photo shooting exhibitions. And in today's contest, we have various photos applied, and many people participated to apply for this contest. And these photos are displayed outside the venue, and also the other rest of the photos can be displayed digitally. Now the VIPs will enter the venue soon. As soon as they take their seat, we'll begin the opening ceremony. I would like to express my gratitude for your interest in today's forum. Please be seated. Thank you very much.
네, 여러분 지금 주요 내빈들께서
Our major VIPs are coming into the venue right now. Please welcome them with a big hand.
수군율 최대 규모의 해양 지식 포럼.
This is the Knowledge Marine Forum with a bigger scale. We have distinguished fellow guests who are interested in the marine industry of Korea, and they are now filling in the venue. Please be seated. We'll soon begin the opening ceremony.
네, 여러분 안녕하십니까? 해양
Good
수산업에서
morning.
인천광역시가 주최하고 인천
Today's
한반도에서
forum
영항으로
is
전력 공급하는
hosted by the
제4회
Minister of Oceans and Fisheries and Incheon Metropolitan City, organized by the Incheon Port Authority and Yonhap News Agency. Hello, everyone. I am the MC of today's event, Kyungmi Kim.
네, 여러분 얼어붙었던 해양 산업에 다시
The
희망을
marine
불어넣어
industry was
주시는 분들이
froze due to the COVID-19, but now it is
예전에 믿던
melting
일을
down and
되돌아보는
moving
많은
forward.
관심과 또 애정을
Thank
갖고
you for
시도해
paying your
주시고
interest to
있었는데
the marine
응원을
industry and for
해주신
its
현장
development.
참가자
I would like to
여러분,
express my
온라인을
gratitude to all
통해서
the
시청해 주시는
participants who
여러분들
have
다시
come to
한번
this venue in
감사의
person as
인사를
well as participants
올려드립니다.
from online.
네, 본 이 4회 포럼은 이제 곧 여러분들이
Today's fourth
준비해 주신 해양
IIOF
모든 게임과
has a special
진로
opening
세상을
performance as
통해서
well as
희망의
theme video.
메시지를
It will
전달하는
deliver the
시간입니다.
message of hope.
지금까지 인류가 함께 상생해
So
가다가
far, humanities
처한
have
위기의 문제를
coexisted
인식하고
surrounding
이것을
the ocean areas,
극복해서
and it now faces
다시
challenges, but we
희망과
can
생명을
solve those
담은
challenges.
큰 공일의
And
전달개체를
we
준비했습니다.
have
저희가
prepared
이
the special
공일의
object, the
전달개체를 통해서
ball, which
희망의 메시지를 전해드릴 거고요.
shows us the symbol of
지구가
hope to
점점
us.
뜨거워지고
Now,
있습니다.
right now, the
기상
temperature of
변화,
the Earth is rising,
기후변화로
and
인한
the marine
또
ecosystem is facing
자연환경과
diverse
생태계
challenges.
등 이 밝은 라이트,
This
이
light ball
라이트
reflects
폴이
the
우리의
difficult
미래를
challenges ahead of
밝혀줍니다.
us, and it
바다의
also
작은 빛이
symbolizes the hope.
5개
The
작은
deep
빛으로
darkness
세상을
of the
환생시킬 수
sea
있도록
can
우리
be
모두
offset by
노력하는
the bright light of this
문제를
ball.
해결하는
And by
빛과
using
희망의
this light,
행진입니다.
we'll be able to
지금부터
solve the
본인들에게
current issues
시간을
regarding marine
드리겠습니다.
industry. Now we'll begin the opening ceremony.
very long term, we might need a plan B or a plan B.
이게 1.5도 오르는 수준까지 올라가는 거를 막기는 어렵다.
다음 세대요? 본인의 미래라고요.
We're gonna lose everything.
What is worth more?
We have a choice, collective action or collective suicide.
So please, don't tell me we can't clean this up together.
The goal is a wave-to-water prize that makes fresh water right from the ocean using only wave energy for the entire process.
What we need now is a different growth model. What we need is a new way of leadership.
码头的智能化发展的同时呢，我们也兼顾呢绿色发展。
En klimaatneutraal worden tegen 2050 echt belangrijk.
PSA aims to achieve net zero carbon emissions by 2050.
The ship has reached the shore.
네, 여러분 박수를 부탁드립니다.
Please give your warm hand.
맞습니다. 우리는 정답을
That's right, we already know the answers to this problem.
공연에 이어서 함께 위기에 처한
And following the opening performance, you have also watched the video that shows the severe crisis of the ocean. We already know the answer to these issues. We already have our willingness to change, and we can change and overcome this issue. And if we make efforts, then these small lights will come together and overcome deep darkness. And with the opening performance and the video, I believe that the message of today's forum was well delivered to our viewers and the participants here. So for the opening of this forum, let me introduce our distinguished guests. I will call out their names, and please welcome them with a big round of applause. First of all, I'm going to introduce our members of the host organizations. First, we have Minister Cho Sung-wan of the Oceans and Fisheries. Thank you very much. And now we have Mayor Yu Jung-bok of Incheon Metropolitan City. Thank you very much. Next, we have President Lee Kyung-gyu of Incheon Port Authority. Please welcome him with a big round of applause. Thank you, everyone. And we also have President Song Kyung of Yonhap News Agency. Thank you very much. And we have Chairman Jo Myung-woo of Planning Committee of IIOF. And to congratulate today's forum, let me introduce our distinguished guests. We have National Assembly Member Bae Jun-young here with us today. And we also have supporters of Incheon Port here today. Due to the time constraints, I'll not be able to introduce them one by one, so please understand my apology. And as you can see on the screen, we have these guests here with us today. Once again, today's IIOF Forum is being streamed live on the YouTube channel and in its website. There are participants who are not here with us today in person, but I believe their heart still stays us here. The forum will be conducted for 2 days, today and tomorrow. Now we'll begin the opening ceremony, and we have Cho Myung-woo, the chairman of Planning Committee IIOF, and he will give his opening remark. Please welcome him with a big round of applause.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. I would like to welcome you all to the 4th Incheon International Ocean Forum. I'm Professor Cho Young-wook, and I'm the chairman of the IIOF Planning Committee. Today, I'm very honored to host this IIOF for you. We have an international bestseller, Tim Marshall, as the keynote speaker today, and also the members of the Planning Committee and international experts who will be participating in the panels. I'd like to extend my gratitude to all of you. Also, we have Minister of Oceans and Fisheries and Incheon Metropolitan City, Incheon Port authorities, Yonhap News Agency, and also everyone who's listening in from all around the world. Thank you so much for your support. This year marks the 4th anniversary of the IIOF. Among rapid changes of the world, this forum discusses hot issues of the oceans every year with international experts, and beyond Incheon, it is now an international forum. This year is themed The World Calls, the Ocean Waves. After the COVID-19 pandemic, there are new visions of the oceans that we can look at. And also, through this forum, we hope to find ways to promote the ocean industries of Korea. In history, oceans were gateways of the world and provided endless potentials, and only countries that had access to the ocean were able to expand. So this forum is a place where we will reconfirm our efforts to promote the ocean. On this very important day in Incheon, I declare the opening of IIOF. Thank you.
네, 대단히 감사합니다.
Thank you very much.
네, 저희 바다에서 성장 동력과 우리의 미래
I believe we
비전을
can find the growth
찾아보시기
engine and the
바랍니다.
vision for the
제4회
future
인천국제해양
at the
포럼
sea.
개막을
The
선언해
4th
주셨습니다.
IIOF
위원장님, 말씀 대단히
opening speech was
감사합니다.
delivered by our
네,
chairman. Thank you
다음으로는
very much.
환영사가
Next,
있겠습니다.
we
인천국제해양
have
포럼의
congratulatory
성공적인
remark.
개최를 위해서 정말 아낌없는
And
지원을
for the
해주셨는데요.
successful
조승환
opening of today's
해양수산부
forum,
장관님
we have
무대 위로
Minister
모셔서
Cho Seung-wan
말씀을
of Oceans
전해드리도록
and
하겠습니다.
Fisheries, and he will
여러분,
give us
힘찬
the
박수로
congratulatory
맞이해 주시기
remark. Please
바랍니다.
welcome him with a big round of applause.
여러분 반갑습니다. 해양수산부 장관입니다.
Good morning, everyone. I am the Minister of Oceans and Fisheries.
국제해양 포럼에 오신 여러분 환영합니다.
I'd like to welcome you all for participating in the 4th IIOF, and also I would like to extend my gratitude to the ocean experts coming in and out of Korea who are also participating in online. In particular, I would like to extend my gratitude to the keynote speaker, Tim Marshall, as well as the speaker and the presenters of each session. Also, I would like to express my gratitude to Mayor Yoo Jong-bok as well as the other participants for participating in today's forum despite your hectic schedule, as well as Cho Myung-woo, who is the president of Ina University. At the same time, I would like to express my gratitude to all the relevant staffers as well as President Song Ki-yong of Yonhap News Agency for hosting today's event. Incheon is the bridge between Korea and China, and it is also the central hub for the ports and marine industry. There are many population living in the Incheon city. It leads the economy of Korea. And it also has 68 islands with a high potential of growth in the future. In Incheon, we are now holding this marine forum, and it is really obvious that Incheon is the host city of today's forum. Today's forum is the fourth of its kind, and I wish that the IIOF can develop itself in the future as well. And as the year passes, I hope that today's forum can become a dialogue where everyone can discuss marine industry and where everyone from in and out of Korea can come together to discuss the marine industry. For the past 3 years, COVID-19 has brought big changes to our world. On-tech society has expanded and the digitalization has been accelerated. Also, we face issues like climate change and the shortages of resources. Amid these crises, environmental friendly issues are becoming a new norm, and the marine industry cannot be an exception. I believe that for the environmental friendly society, our marine industry should pioneer the way. The big change triggered by the COVID-19 is a task that we must overcome, and it also poses a great opportunity. As always, we are going to surmount the challenges ahead of us with the marine industry. Today's forum is the first of its forum after the endemic, and I believe that we can begin the wave of change in the marine industry through today's forum. And I believe that many of you are concerned about the Fukushima toxic waters coming in. So to conclude, first of all, our ocean is safe. You are free to eat the fishes and the marine ecosystem without any issues. And we have tested these marine ecosystem, and we found that it is safe to eat these marine ecosystem. And it has also been analyzed that the Fukushima exit water will not affect the water system in Korea. And we have analyzed and monitored the sea that is close to our shores as well as the sea that is far away from Korea's shores. And we will also ensure that safe marine ecosystem and fish will be distributed in Korea after thorough inspection. I would like to wish for your health. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Minister, for your warm welcoming speech. He said that we can find opportunities to overcome risks in the oceans. Thank you again, Minister. The next speaker is President Lee Kyung-gyu of Incheon Port Authority, who has deep interest and affection toward the development of Incheon ports and maritime industry. Let's welcome him with a big round of applause. Incheon is a city of international trade and maritime logistics, as well as beauty of nature. It is also home to 168 beautiful islands. I'd like to welcome you all to this beautiful city of Incheon. I'm the mayor of Incheon, Yu Jung-bok. This year marks the 4th anniversary of the Incheon International Ocean Forum. I'd like to thank Minister Cho Seung-hwan and President Lee Kyung-gyu of Incheon Port Authority and President Sung Ki-yong of Yonhap News Agency for your endless support for this forum. Thank you also for participating in today's forum. And President of Incheon University, thank you so much for your support for this forum. This forum will expand over a period of 2 days. Today, we will be inviting international best-selling author Tim Marshall as our keynote speaker, and as we will also be inviting other experts as panelists. I'd like to thank everyone for participating. We will be discussing marine tourism, climate change, maritime logistics, maritime industry, and we will be sharing many ideas on those topics. Incheon has an interesting history in terms of maritime industry and natural resources. About 1,600 years ago, Incheon started its trade with China, And in 1883, when the Incheon port opened, it kickstarted the modern economy of Korea. Also, Incheon is a city that is at the forefront of the maritime development of Korea. It kickstarted the industrial and economic development of our country, which I'm very proud of, and which Incheon is very proud of. It is also home to 168 beautiful islands. Every one of those islands is a precious tourism resource and home to natural resources. And I hope that today's forum will be a place where we'll discuss how we can conserve those natural resources. You all saw the video just before now about how we can overcome climate change. Ocean is no exception, and it has an important role in that. So I hope that we can use this forum as an opportunity to discuss those topics, and especially how we can gather our wisdom to overcome the crisis. Korea is no longer a stage for power struggles. It is an important asset and a future that we all must prevent. And in that context, I hope that Incheon will play an important role. It is home to an international airport. It is the hub of international transportation. As such, Incheon is responsible in many ways, and also because it has important natural resources, it has a duty to protect the future. Incheon is also aiming to go carbon neutral by 2050, which is also the goal of Korea. Oceans are no exception in that area. We are exerting our utmost effort in all of these areas to achieve that goal. Boundaries are falling down and risks are being overcome. I'm sure that is what is happening, and I hope that through this kind of forum, we can set up a cooperative network in which we can protect our assets and resources together for the future. The slogan of this forum is "The world calls, the ocean waves." And I'm sure that Incheon will be a great company to you as you all work together to achieve this goal. I wish success for the IIOF, fourth IIOF. Thank you.
Thank you for your remark, Mayor. Just like our slogan, we are going to restart our ocean industry, and he mentioned about the important aspects of such characteristics of our industry. Next, we have the congratulatory remarks from the President Incheon Port Authority, who have sent his interest and affection for the successful opening of today's forum. Please welcome him with a big round of applause. Hello, everyone. I am the president of Incheon Port Authority. First of all, I would like to express my gratitude to all the participants coming in online and offline for today's forum. And also, I would like to extend my gratitude to Minister Cho of Oceans and Fisheries, as well as Mayor Yu Song-bok of Incheon, as well as President Song Kyung of Yonhap News Agency, as well as the President Jo Myung-woo of Ina University for hosting today's event. This year is the 140th anniversary of Incheon Port. It opened the port in the 1800s, and this year is the 4th anniversary of the Incheon International Ocean Forum, which is a big accomplishment for us. Starting from 2020, the trends in the marine industry has been changing, and to discuss such issues, IIOF was launched. And despite the crisis of the COVID-19, we gathered experts from 23 countries, and more than 5,000 participants come to this forum to discuss marine issues. It has become the biggest scale of knowledge forum in the Incheon area. And with the slogan, Reopening the Era of Ocean and Change in the Waves of the Marine Industry, I would like to express my gratitude to all the participants, and I hope that you can get insights in today's forum. The Incheon port was first opened in 1800s, and I wish that the IIOF can enhance the reputation of the Korean ports, and going beyond, I hope that we can make Incheon as a bridge to the world. Once again, I express my gratitude to all the participants, and along with the fourth IIOF, we have global marine industry and marine ecosystem that is changing at a rapid pace. I hope that we can draw a new future with today's forum. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, President, for your precious words. I'm sure that this forum will play an important role in connecting the world through oceans. Thank you so much once again. We have another welcoming speech. We have a congratulatory speech from President Song Ki-hong of Yonhap News Agency, who has been generously supporting the promotion of this event. Please welcome him with a big round of applause. Ladies and gentlemen, my name is Song Ki-hong, President of Yonhap News Agency. I'd like to extend my welcome to a successful hosting of the 4th IIOF. Minister Cho Seung-wan, as well as other distinguished guests, thank you so much. And we have international best-selling author Tim Marshall as our keynote speaker today. And as we also have members of the planning committee who have been generously supporting today's forum. Thank you so much. We have invited international scholars as well as corporate leaders in the ocean area. Thank you so much for participating. Even though we have come past COVID-19, we are facing other international risks like the US-China power struggle and Russian-Ukraine war. The ocean industry is also facing many challenges with the downturn of the economy, and around the world, there are port congestion issues around the world, and the sea level rising and the temperature rising is posing another risk and making climate change even more visible. So far, the ocean industry has been pioneering the future by riding waves, and the past has also always been a series of opportunities to overcome the risks. I hope that today's forum will be a venue in which we discuss those opportunities and turn risks into opportunities for the future. The 4th IIOF is started as the first metropolitan forum where we discuss oceans. For the past 4 years, it has been inviting scholars and corporate leaders in the ocean industry and it is now recognized as a genuinely international forum. Today, under the theme of the world calls the ocean waves, we are going to be looking at the environment since COVID and post-COVID and find ways to improve the environment. And Yonhap News will be with you as you find the driving force for the future in the ocean. Once again, I would like to thank all the scholars, corporate leaders, the Ministry of Oceans and Fisheries, Incheon Metropolitan City, and Incheon Port authorities for your attendance. Over the years, I'm sure that the forum will be a venue where we present the directions for the future. Thank you.
Thank you very much, President Song. Yonhap News Agency is the co-organizer of today's forum, and he delivered a message that he will always stay with us for the successful event. And as we were listening to the speakers, I believe that we were able to understand the reputation of today's forum, and we also have a bright future ahead of us. And I hope that you were able to feel the willingness to have this forum in a successful manner. Once again, I would like to express my gratitude to all the speakers. Now, we have a special performance ahead of us. For the energetic start of this forum, we have prepared a special LED ball performance. We would like to invite 5 individuals who will join us on the stage to participate in this performance. And as the world population come together to protect the marine industry, I believe that this LED performance has a great significance. We'll invite 5 members up to the stage. So first, Minister Cho and Mayor Yu Jung-bok of Incheon City, and President Lee Kyung-gyu of Incheon Port Authority, President Song Ki-yong of Yonhap News Agency, and Chairman Cho Myung-woo of Planning Committee Incheon International Ocean Forum. With these 5 VIPs, we will do our LED ball performance. Please hold the LED ball and we will proceed the performance. Now we'll bring the supporters to the stage. The supporters are coming up to the stage with this bright LED ball. My dear guests, please hold the LED ball. And first, please look at the camera for the photo shoot. Bright future ocean. LED ball resembles all of these. And our VIPs are here with us for the photo shoot. The ocean has an endless potential and a bright future. And with our commitments for the future marine ecosystem and industry, we will begin the performance. A new wave and reopening ocean. This is the slogan of today's forum, and we will begin the performance. And as I say reopening of ocean, new change, please repeat after me by saying waves. And as you say waves, please put down the LED ball on the podium. The hopeful sea will come ahead of us. Please repeat after me by saying waves, and then the members, the VIPs, will put down the LED ball. Now we'll begin the performance. IIOF for the successful opening of the IIOF, reopening of ocean, new change. Please repeat after me by saying waves. Please give your warm round of applause.
네, 여러분 다시 한번 큰 박수를 부탁드리겠습니다.
I'd like to ask everyone to give another warm round of applause. With these distinguished guests, we have lighted up the LED balls. We have lifted them up to imagine a bright future for the oceans. The waves of a new future and the ocean reopening is our theme for this LED ball performance. How did you like this video? You saw that the reefs would come back and the fish would come back. And we have confirmed our willpower to make that happen in the near future. over these 2 days, I'm sure that you will have a great opportunity to think about that. Once again, I would like to ask everyone to give a big hand to these distinguished guests. Thank you. Now it is time for our keynote speech. The keynote speaker for this event is Mr. Tim Marshall, an internationally renowned author of the bestseller Prisoners of Geography and a diplomatic expert. He is ready for us online. He will be speaking on the topic of the importance of the ocean from a geopolitical perspective. Let's welcome him with a big hand. Mr. Tim Marshall.
Annyeonghaseyo. Good morning to you, and thank you very much, 감사합니다, for the opportunity to make the keynote speech. I hope that this overview of the geopolitical situation in the world is a good way of opening your conference, and then the experts that you have on the forum can go deeper into each subject. Oceans, I don't think people even now realize the importance of them, not just, of course, to nature, but for the economy. I think still about 85% of trade is moved by water. And if we look at our first slide, we see there's an awful lot of water, and there's certainly a lot of water in your part of the world. The first slide is interesting to me because I use this often over here in Europe to reinforce the idea that we are no longer the center of the world. This is the center of the world, the Indo-Pacific. And of course, South Korea is a very important player in that. This is just one example of many of how you are no longer this phrase that I know you have, the minnow, the small fish between the two whales. You are not a small fish anymore. And when I use this map, I use it to explain that you are a big fish now, a big fish in a big pond, as we say in English. A brief look at history to understand how we got to where we are. If we go to the next slide. My generation grew up in this world, bipolar world, two superpowers. An easy world to understand because so many of the things that happened in this context. Next slide. After the fall of communism, the unipolar moment, the French call it the hyperpower moment. But I believe the Americans lost that status. After the crash in 2008, you could argue that maybe from 2001, after 9/11, when they began to look at Afghanistan and Iraq, and this took their eye off the global ball, I believe. But now, and I think since 2008, in the next slide, we see that we are in a multipolar world. In this multipolar world, the second-ranking states, such as the United Kingdom, such as South Korea, are big players. I also believe that we are moving slowly back to a new form of bipolar world, the Americans and the Chinese. And I think that the freedom to act that we have now, and South Korea has now, will be squeezed. You will be forced to not completely take sides, but we have a saying in English in geopolitics, which way do you lean? How much weight do you put on which foot? And this will become a greater question for you. So next slide shows you the world as it was set up by the Americans, the institutions that they set up. If we carry on, we'll see the different things come on if we click on to this slide, the International Monetary Fund, the United Nations, European Union, and NATO. And this was drawn up in the image of what the Americans wanted the rules of the world to be. But look at the next slide. It's challenged. It's challenged by such things as the BRICS, the Asian Infrastructure Investment Bank. And it's being challenged very successfully. And what the Chinese and increasingly the Russians have set out to do in this century is to challenge that original structure of the world economy, and they've been quite successful in it. The last history slide is just from 2 years ago. You see the image on the left, it's when the Americans left Saigon, and the idea was that they were done, they were finished, the American century was finished. And that helicopter shot is the defining image of that. It was wrong. It was nonsense. Look at the one next to it. This is the shot of the, excuse me, go back to the last slide. The photograph next to it is the last American helicopter leaving Kabul in Afghanistan. And again, there was a narrative in the cartoon you see here from the Global Times, the Chinese Communist Party English language newspaper, that it's finished, it's just like Saigon, they're massively defeated. I argue this is wrong. Yes, they were chased out of both these places, but they are still the most powerful country in the world by a long way. But when they left Afghanistan, that was the time the Chinese and Russians thought, now is the time to push, to test, to prod in the chest. And I knew they would do this, both the Chinese and the Russians. It was just a case of when and where. So next slide is the first when and where. February last year, the Russians decided to test the Americans. Are they on the back foot? They're running away from Afghanistan. Now is the time to push forward, to change this world order. Briefly on the geography, it's a huge country, as you know. It's very cold at the top. Some of their ports freeze. They need the icebreakers to push through the Arctic ice. Otherwise, they cannot reach the sea lanes of the world. To get out of the Baltic, it's very, very hard. They're all NATO powers. To come out of the Black Sea, you have to come through the Bosphorus Strait, controlled by Turkey, a NATO power, into the Mediterranean, full of NATO powers. The Gibraltar Strait, Britain and Spain, NATO powers. So the Russians feel very hemmed in by that geography. The other geographical thing about them in land-based is that if we go to the next slide, you'll see how the North European plain, the shaded area, is flat. And look at that narrow point between the Baltic Sea and where the mountains begin again. This is called Poland. And this is where people have indeed invaded Russia through this gap. And so the Russians feel very nervous. They like to control the gap. After the Cold War, they couldn't control it. So they fell back on the flat ground in front of them, which is in the next slide, Ukraine and Belarus. So when Ukraine decides it wants to become part of Western Europe and its values and organizations, the Russians fear they are losing their one warm water port, the only one they have, which is in Crimea, Sebastopol, and they are losing the buffer zone between them and NATO. They invaded. We know the rest. As an aside, I would say, and I know this isn't to do with oceans, I'll come back to this, this offensive that the Ukrainians are on now, it's very important. If it does not successful, I think in the autumn, we will see the debate arising. How much longer will we support Ukraine? And I know South Korea has been very open and vocal under President Yoon Suk-yeol in supporting Ukraine. But for how long? So, more to your part of the world in the next slide, and straight to Taiwan. Because this is key to the entire region and the politics. I've gone straight here because this is a very good illustration of how the ocean and the maritime routes are so important actually to the global economy, this particular part of the world, but of course to your economy. If you look at the darker blue squares, this was the Chinese response to the crisis in 1996 under President under President Clinton, excuse me. They did military exercises. They had to say, we have to respond to you. But look at these other greener squares. These are the military exercises that they undertook last year when Nancy Pelosi went to Taiwan. They escalated their response. They have to organize the response bigger than last time, but short of starting a war. You calibrate your response. That's how they calibrated it. After the recent crisis, when the president of Taiwan met the new speaker in California, they escalated again, and this time they took their aircraft carrier around the back of the island. They then parked it between Okinawa and Taiwan. This was raising the stakes. So the question is, what do they do next time? Because there will be more tension and another incident. Look for the next slide. And this is a very important one, I think, because certainly the Europeans and the Americans, if we see the next slide, we see a Chinese perspective of the world. We don't look at China like this. We tend to look in at it. And so we don't see the view that they see. They look out into the world, and what do they see in front of them, including South Korea? They see a wall. They see a wall which prevents them from going out into the Pacific, which they believe is almost their backyard. The wall is made up of treaty allies of America, Japan, South Korea. Taiwan is bristling with American weapons. The Philippines is increasingly becoming intermeshed with the American military, and they are allowing and opening some of their ports. And if we go all the way down to Australia, of course, they are a treaty ally of the Americans. So from the Chinese perspective, they feel hemmed in. And of course, Taiwan is the biggest brick in that wall, which brings me to the next slide on the AUKUS agreement. This is part of a new barrier which is being built in front of the Chinese. It makes them nervous. I like this cartoon because it says so much. You see, the French are very angry about the submarine deal. That's because President Macron believes in European strategic autonomy, that Europe can defend itself. It really can't. We are dependent upon the Americans, and deals like this undermine the French and that world view. Of course, the British are pleased, the Americans and the Australians. China is very angry. It sees in front of it something far more powerful than it at the moment. Of course, Taiwan is pleased. Of course, Japan is pleased. So add to AUKUS, the next slide, and the Quad. Increasingly important. There is talk of South Korea joining it as some sort of associate member. I think that's a long term. I'm very interested also to see that increasingly NATO is thinking of trying to get opening offices and from the naval perspective, trying to mesh in your part of the world into NATO's worldview. And then the next slide, the Pacific as a whole, which again shows you the Chinese view and the American view. The Chinese, again, look at the first island chain as blocking them. So they want to open it up. And they also see that if they can open that up, places like Guam, which is an American base, become really unsustainable for the Americans. So whenever you see a small incident at sea, and you, of course, have many small incidents with the Chinese, with the fishermen, and you have your disputes, your territorial disputes with China. And sometimes they'll look like relatively small incidents, but they're about this much bigger story of the Pacific Ocean and the trade routes. Next slide, we see the territorial disputes in the South China Sea, which of course is just down from you, just down from the West Sea. And all these demarcation lines are contested. They are all flashpoints. They are all the potential flashpoint for something bigger. Now, it doesn't mean it will happen, but these are the key trade routes of the world. I think it's something like, I think it's 40% of the world's energy goes through that. And of course, this is where South Korea gets some of its energy. And South Korea, until very recently, was almost entirely dependent on the United States on keeping these sea lanes open for everybody. But you are now, because you're no longer this small fish, I know you've spent this century building up your navy. It was more or less a coast guard. Now it is what we call a blue water navy, a navy that is capable of going out into the oceans. And because of that, you will now come under more pressure to integrate your navy with the navies of your friends and your allies, which of course will annoy your bigger neighbor to the north. So these are choices that you're going to have to make. China continues, as we see in the next slide, to build facts in the sea, not facts on the ground, facts in the sea. And again, they intend to dominate the South China Sea. And if they dominate the South China Sea, if the Americans do not maintain their commitment, then it'll be very, very difficult for the countries in this region to stand up to Chinese power. So the big stakes are, again, how much weight do you put on which foot? South Korea has been brilliant in the last 20 to 30 years of trying to act as a bit of a bridge between the two superpowers, of openly trading with both, keeping good relations with both. Of course, you lean more towards the Americans, and I believe increasingly that will be apparent. As we get towards the end of my time, I wish I had more time. If we look at the next slide and a week of ship traffic on the seven seas, there should be a video that plays that just shows just how much traffic is on our ocean seas. As I said, I think 85%. Now, perhaps the video isn't playing, but I was going to use the video to show the flow of the ocean traffic to get to the next slide. I like this slide. We've deliberately, we are moving. So we'll stay on this, if you give me a moment. The volume of traffic is astonishing. And you see from things like this, the choke points, and the Malacca Strait is a key one. If the Malacca Strait was blockaded by anybody, South Korea would be in trouble. Of course, we would be in trouble over here if the Red Sea and the Suez Canal, as we see here, was blockaded. But this is crucial to you because, as I understand it, I think it's something like 40% of the South Korean economy is directly connected to your exports. And of course, almost all of your exports go by sea, and which brings us to our next slide. I like this next slide because the top of the Korean Peninsula is shaded. When I look at South Korea, I think of it almost, if we're talking about in oceanic terms, you are an island. You are an island, and that is the shape of your island, because you have this hard border above you when the trade between you is sadly not great. And so all of your exports, nearly all of your exports, they must come outwards by the sea, and you have 2,400 kilometers of coastline. So as you are now a major player in the world, the 10th largest economy, and you have built this navy, you had to, it was inevitable. You must protect your coastline. I know you have your territorial disputes with China, with Japan, with North Korea. And if you wish to make your case, you need this navy and to protect your trade routes. But I would argue that you would still also need the Americans. And now that you have this, they will be putting more pressure on you to involve yourself more, not just on land, the way you do with the land-based troops, but increasingly in the sea lanes. I think one of the great things that's happened in the past few years is your rapprochement with Japan. I understand the sensitivities of the past and the history, and I'm not making a political point in support or against your current president, 1 year in office, but it doesn't matter who does it, which party, which politics. The important thing is that Japan and South Korea, who have so much in common that they are now modern democracies, come together both economically and diplomatically. I think this has been extremely positive, and hopefully the trade between you can grow. So to almost our last slide, I've probably gone over time. This shows, again, the next slide, the vulnerabilities of South Korea to blockades, which is why it is so important that the democracies keep the sea lanes open for the world, because if you cannot use the sea lanes close to you, imagine the costs to you in trade of having to go around the long route, which leads me to my penultimate slide, just one of the alternatives. If we go to the next one, of course there are alternatives as well as that, but the next slide shows you where some of your trade will be going. You probably know better than me the breakthrough of this other route, and that is destined to grow a lot. And of course, we must still trade with Russia, speak with Russia, despite all the problems that are going on. So South Korea is sitting in a very good place in oceanic terms. I know you're doing great work on the climate change issues and the problems that we have in the ocean because of climate change. And you're very well positioned with this leading economy, with the technology that you have. But I'll leave you with the last slide, because to return to straight hard geopolitics. I think that there is still something of the West, this geopolitical concept of the West. It still exists, but in many ways, if you're looking globally, it's outdated, because I think globally, we need to think of the advanced industrialized democracies. And of course, South Korea is a member of the advanced industrialized democracies, which is why it has stood up to Russian aggression of crossing a border. But if you look at what is assembled here with NATO, with South Korea, Taiwan, Japan, Australia, New Zealand, it is far, far more powerful economically, diplomatically, and militarily than the states which are, in the very least, we could say, in competition with it, which is the authoritarian states, which is Russia and China and the people that they are lining up in a block with them. So when you are deciding how much weight to put on which foot, I think this slide is an indicator in what it will be. You will make your own decision, because despite being an ocean power, you're not a small fish, you're a big fish. So I will leave you with another attempt at saying thank you, and forgive me if my pronunciation is wrong. 감사합니다. Thank you very much.
네, 대단히 감사합니다. Thank you very much for the great presentation. 자, 지정학적 관점에서
So we have listened to Tim Marshall's talk on the. Thank you so much for the keynote speech. And now it is time to take some questions. I'm sure that you've come up with some questions as you listen to Mr. Marshall. We think we have time for about 2 questions. If anybody in the audience has a question, please raise your hand. We will deliver the microphone to you. Okay, we have our first question. You may talk in either Korean or English. The ocean has an important meaning not only in terms of use but also in terms of conservation. In particular, in the case of conservation or protection, there's a risk of free rides because the resulting benefits do not go only to countries that play a role in protection or preservation, but the benefits are shared by all mankind. In addition, there's a high possibility of a tragedy of common land because international regulations are difficult to be as strong as those of sovereign countries. So how can we ensure that individual countries are properly responsible for not polluting or overfishing the oceans? Can the current international maritime agreements play such a role? So that was a question about the duty of individual countries.
I'd love to answer the question, but it would have to be translated for me. My Korean is not that good.
네, 다시 한번 질문을 좀 반복을 해주시면 감사하겠습니다. 질문 다시 한번 해주시겠어요?
네, 해양은 이용의 관점만이 아니라
The ocean has an important meaning not only in terms of use, but also in terms of conservation. In particular, in the case of conservation or protection, there's a risk of free rides because the resulting benefits do not go only to countries that play a role, but it's shared by all countries. In addition, there's a high possibility of a tragedy of common land because international regulations are difficult to be as strong as those of sovereign countries. How can we ensure that individual countries are properly responsible for not polluting or overfishing the oceans? Can the current international maritime agreements play such a role?
Again, no translation. I'm sorry. Perhaps you could give me an idea of the question and I can try and answer, but I'm afraid we have no translation.
네, 아무도 지금 약간 통역 시스템.
I think there's an issue with the translation.
Now I'm getting it. Sorry. Do forgive me. And forgive me if you have to ask it a third time, but I do have translation now, but I'm sorry. You'll have to ask a third time and please forgive me.
Okay. 자, 그럼 다른 질문 한 번 더 받도록 하겠습니다. 이번에는 통역 서비스가 제공될지 한번 다시 한번 연결해 볼게요. 자, 다른 질문 있으실까요? 이쪽에서 손 들어주셨는데요.
So we also have another question. So someone raised their hands here. So what implications do you think the geopolitical position of the Korean Peninsula has for peacekeeping as well as clashes between maritime and continental powers?
Thank you. That's a good question. And my excuse is please to the previous question for not being able to hear it. My fault. It's a good question because it goes back to what we were discussing a few minutes ago about how now that your Navy is out in the world in the blue water, you have a bigger role to play. And I know, I mean, the old cliche of the hermit kingdom, you know, you cannot be a hermit now you are so powerful. And so in the peacekeeping role, I think South Korea can play a role. We know its armed forces are very professional. So not only on land-based, where it can offer peacekeeping forces, but there are many roles now, anti-piracy roles, including in your part of the world. It's more still down places like Somalia, but you now have the capability. And as you mesh more into the international organizations, yeah, there is definitely a role. Because you have soft and hard power now. It's very interesting how I personally believe you have not leveraged your soft power as much as you could have done. Forgive me, it's not a criticism. I'm your guest, I'm not here to criticize. But I mean, the two great cliches of Gangnam Style and Parasite, the film, you know, have put South Korea on the world stage. And I don't think that has been leveraged enough on the soft power, that you are now in the position to do that. And your armed forces are now in the position to be able to play a greater role in the world. And again, perhaps it's another one that you could work on the recent work between you and Japan, because again, you have a potential. I know it may sound crazy now, but your neighbors and your Democrats, you can even have joint operations with the Japanese in peacekeeping. And disaster relief, I should have added.
네, 답변 마무리가 되었을까요? 네.
So, would that be all for your answer? Can we hear your voice?
Sorry, yes, so I've finished the answer to that question. I'm happy to take more questions, but I am aware that because we didn't get the translation, I may be running out of time, but I am happy to answer or to try to answer more questions.
자, 말씀해 주셨기 때문에 아까 이 통역 버튼을 누르시는 거
Yes, so I think we can take one more question from the floor. We see one gentleman raising his hand. So, yes, please. Thank you, Mr. Marshall. As I listened to your talk, I thought about international trade and how reducing international trade might lead to less conflicts between countries. It might be weird, but for example, you can talk about Apple. Apple designs in their country and produces in other countries. So when we imply that, maybe we can set up a supply chain for all countries. Then we can reduce the volume of international trade, and then that will lead to less conflicts between countries. What do you think of that?
That's a revolutionary idea, almost. And I'm not saying it's wrong, but it is completely the reverse of the conventional thinking, which is that globalization and international trade has actually prevented conflict. Now, given how much conflict we've had, I'm not sure I'm convinced. But we had in Europe in 1912, there was a theory that Germany and the UK could not fight each other because their economies were now so meshed. Of course, it was wrong. But I do think it's a restraining factor in the tensions between the Chinese and the Americans. The fact that China's economy is so enmeshed in the world economy that the blow to us all, but especially the Americans and the Chinese, with a conflict, is so great that it actually does restrain them. So despite that German-British example I've given, I actually think trade restrains the probability of conflict. In the wider context of your question about international trade and supply chains, clearly what is happening is reshoring. And certainly because of the crisis of Ukraine-Russia, many countries are looking for alternative sources of all sorts of things, notably energy. So that's definitely going on. Now, that's not necessarily deglobalization. There's a phrase in English when it comes to China, not decoupling, but de-risking. So we cannot decouple from China. You, more than anybody, I think, what is it? They are certainly your biggest trading partner. We cannot decouple, but we can de-risk. So what we are doing, most of us, is diversifying where we get supplies from. And I think that is a trend that will absolutely continue. But I just don't think that global trade is going to decline. I think we're going to, we've built the networks, whether it's the oceanic networks or the road networks or the communication networks, they're built and we're going to keep using them. I will end with just one thing that took my attention that got no coverage at all over here. The Germans went to Argentina recently and persuaded the Argentinians, instead of sending all their lithium to China to be processed. We will build your lithium processing factories for you in order to guarantee the supply of lithium to the German car industry. I mean, it was a brilliant move, and it was brilliant because it was obvious. But we have a great writer in the English language called George Orwell, and he said, sometimes the hardest thing to see is what is right in front of your nose. So I think there'll be a lot of that going on, a lot of diversifying. But to come back to your question, I do not think we will trade less, and I think that trade actually helps us. It helps friendships, it helps communications, it helps links, and it's far better to buy something than to go and get it. Your great country has never had a history of going to get it. Mine has. I would rather buy it fairly, and I think that trade between us and everybody else, after we go through this bumpy period, it'll be back. And you're so well placed. You're just so well placed. You're in the center of the world. You are an island. Forgive me, you are an island in trading terms, and you've now built the facilities. So I think it's better that you use them. And I'm sure we've run out of time, so I'll try one more time with my pronunciation. 감사합니다.
감사합니다. Thank you very much for that insightful question and answer as well. Thank you.
Thank you.
네, 감사합니다.
Thank you very much. Indeed, Mr. Marshall is the expert in the international relations. The last question was really creative and insightful. And he also talked about the important factors for the Korean maritime industry. I hope that you had a wonderful time as you listened to the keynote speech. This comes to the end of our morning session. You have shown a great interest in the morning session, and from now on, we will have a lunch session. And starting from 1 p.m., we will begin the session number 1. We have maritime logistics as well as marine tourism session in the afternoon. I would like to ask for your interest in the session. And as for the luncheon, those who register in prior can receive the coupon for the luncheon and have your meals on the first floor. And as for the distinguished guests who got the announcement in advance, then they will go to the Oakwood Hotel to get the luncheon. I would like to ask for your interest and stay till the very end, till the afternoon. Thank you very much.
네, 여러분께 안내 말씀드리겠습니다. 이제 인천국제해양
Let me give you an announcement. Now we'll begin the afternoon session for the fourth IIOF. I mentioned that the afternoon session will begin at 1 p.m., so I would like to ask all the participants to come to the venue and be seated. And please turn your smartphones into silent mode. So starting from 1 p.m., we will begin the first session, which is maritime logistics. This forum aims for environmental friendly goals, so in order to reduce our carbon footprint, we did not make our documents in papers. If you scan the QR code on the leaflets, then you can view the presentation documents. And for the downloading of these documents, we also provide you with free Wi-Fi. So on the screen, you can see the Wi-Fi address, so you can sign in to this address and use the documents. Once again, please turn your smartphones into silent mode. Today's forum provides simultaneous interpretation, so for those of you who need language service, please use the receiver on the table, channel 1 for Korean, channel 2 for English. Soon we'll begin the afternoon session. I would like to ask all the participants to come into the venue and be seated. Thank you very much.
네, 제4회 국제 인천 해양 포럼.
You're here with us for the fourth IIOF. Now we're ready to open session 1. Session 1 is themed Structural Changes and Development Direction of International Trade and Shipping Environment. Let us begin the first session for the afternoon. Today we will be discussing structural change and development direction of international trade and shipping environment. I would like to invite the chair first to explain the background of the discussion, which will be followed by a full discussion session. Now I would like to introduce Lee Sang-yoon, the Dean of Inha University Graduate School of Logistics. Please welcome him with a big round of applause.
Good afternoon. I am Dean Lee Sang-yoon of Inha University Graduate School of Logistics. I'm really happy to meet all these distinguished participants in person. Today's International Ocean Forum is the fourth of its kind, and its theme is reopening the era of maritime industry and a big change. I think this is a very good slogan. Through the ocean, we were able to create added values and export our goods. So from the perspective of Korea, ocean is now reopening as we have witnessed the COVID-19 for the past 2 years. However, from the perspective of the shipping companies, reopening of the sea means a lot. There are also opportunities as well as risk. Every change has both opportunities and risk, or threats and opportunities. So from my perspective, I think the shipping companies will likely to face risk more than opportunities. Now, this kind of risk will become the new playing ground for the shipping companies in the future. In particular, the maritime industry may fall into a great crisis, and this can also indicate that we will regress back to before the COVID-19. In fact, during the shock of COVID-19 in 2020, shipping company fell into a great panic. Ironically, in 2021 and 2022, shipping companies met its golden time. And as the economy is returning to normals starting last year, the shipping companies are now meeting their revenues again. Historically, shipping companies focused on lowering the price of the transportation. As a result of that, the overall efficiency of the shipping company was maximized. And this kind of pressure in the reduction of this price was well responded by the scale of economy. But now this kind of method is coming to an end. And throughout the society and our economy, there are paradigm shifts, and we also face a great challenge ahead. In particular, IMO has settled a goal for 2050 for carbon reduction. Moreover, in the private sector, we have principles of Poseidon, and there are barriers to the shipping investment, and shipping companies have to meet the demand of ESG requirements. And this shift into the environmental friendly industry means that we have to raise our price, which can become a great pressure for the shipping companies. Meanwhile, with the spread of digitalization, this is also creating a significant threat to the shipping industry. The trade range of the Musk has not succeeded. However, it has a great impact to the shipping industry. For example, automated unmanned shipping movement is already in service, and Korea is making diverse efforts to shift into unmanned and autonomous control of the ships. And with this changing environment, the shipping industry has now have to overcome a task with a method different from the past. And I think this task should be major focus of our shipping industry. So for this, we have two distinguished speakers across the globe here with us today. So the first speaker will be Martin Stofford. For the past years, he put a great influence to the shipping industry. Over 20 years, I studied with the book written by Martin Stofford and taught students. And the second speaker is John Claude Thiel. He is a professor and distinguished professor of North Carolina University, and he has been studying and announcing various research related to shipping industry. I would like to make an announcement before we delve deep, and that is that our distinguished speaker, Martin Stofford, was not able to come today live, so we will send the video. So for the first session, we will have a discussion about an hour. We have these distinguished guests who have a very hectic schedule here with us. I believe that the session will be very meaningful. If we have time at the very end of the discussion, we will receive questions from the audience. It's a very long hour, but I hope that you can concentrate and pay attention to the discussion of this session. Then I will return during the discussion session, and I'll hand over the microphone to the MC. Thank you very much, moderator. He has given the introduction as well as the programs. Now we'll have the speakers to the stage for the presentation. So the first presentation will be given by the Professor Martin Stofford. And the title is Maritime Logistics Trend Analysis and Outlook for Global Trade. So due to health issues, Martin Stofford has sent us the video.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. What a pleasure it is to be joining you at this wonderful session. And thank you, Chairman, so much for the invitation. It's a real honour, and I'm just sorry that I'm not able to be with you in person. It just wasn't possible for various reasons. But on the good news is that I've saved quite a bit of carbon, which I guess is good in today's context, and I hope to be in Korea in person fairly soon. But moving on from that, I've prepared a few thoughts which I've set out with some slides, and if I may, I'm going to share my slides with you, and then we can run through the various points that I think are relevant to the whole topic we're discussing today. Well, the title of my presentation is Prospects for World Trade and Shipping Logistics 2020 to 2050. So there's a bit of focus on logistics. What I'm hoping to do is to cover this in the following 5 topics. I'll start off by talking about the Great Wave, which is absolutely at the heart of this whole thing, the great wave of trade that was made possible by fossil fuels. And I think that's an important starting point. Then we move on to 4 waves of regional development, which were really driven by this trade, or whether they drove the trade or whether they were driven by the fossil fuels, it's hard to know. But it was a regional pattern which developed. Then in part 3, I'll move on to the changes in cargo that will impact on logistics, because the cargo base, I think, is going to change quite a lot. Green ship investment must come in waves. There's a lot of waves in my talk, aren't there? But that's the theme of your conference. And, there's a lot of waves in the deep blue sea as well. And then finally, how should logistics develop after the tsunami? And just as a theme for this whole session, I picked some words of Peter Drucker, the well-known management guru, who had sensible words about everything. And what he said is, innovations do not create change. That's rare. Innovations succeed by exploiting change, not by attempting to force it. In other words, we have to innovate, but we're not going to try and innovate by changing what's going to happen. We're going to try and ride on the back of the wave of change and use innovation to turn that to our advantage and earn a living in future, which is what we're all concerned with, really. The first section of the 5 is the great wave of trade, which was made possible by fossil fuels. I mean, you know, we argue about why globalization happened, but in my book, after many years of looking at it, there's only one major reason, and that was that fossil fuels became available. They were wonderfully powerful in terms of energy, and they made it possible for us to develop a whole new world. And because, unfortunately, the fossil fuels have now come to the end of their era, because it's been discovered how damaging they are. We had a wonderful time with it. It's a bit like smoking, you know. I used to smoke many years ago. I enjoyed it, and then you discover it kills you, and so I stopped. And I think that's the same sort of thing with the position we are in now with fossil fuels. You don't have to stop, but there's a lot of evidence that you should. The impact of fossil fuels is absolutely devastating. If you look at the sea trade growth, which is shown in this chart on the left-hand axis in million tons of trade. So trade at the top is 12 billion tons of trade. And fossil fuels appeared in the 1860s, oil and coal, and that was the beginning of trade after 2,000 years when it hardly increased very much. Well, it increased, but it was tiny quantities. It's moved up in enormous quantities, and which is where we are today. And a very interesting aspect of this is the freight, which we've paid for that trade over this very long period, and which is shown in this chart. Just to orientate you, this chart shows an index of freight in cost per ton, dry cargo freight in cost per ton from 1741 to 2021. It's all genuine data. It may, and as you can see, it went up a bit, it came down a bit, but there was a lot of cycles. And what we see mostly when we look at freight rates is these cycles. But actually, if you take a step away from the cycles and you take this freight rate and you adjust it for inflation, you get a very different story, and one which really shows how powerful fossil fuels were. Because this is the freight index based in the year 2000, adjusted for inflation. So if we go back to 1800, the index was up at about 3,000. And it had increased. At the end of the sailing ship era, it was going up because sailing ships were going nowhere, I was going to say, but the sailing ships had reached the end of their technology span. They weren't getting any better. Once the fossil fuels came in, the real freight rate fell and fell and fell. And in 2000, it was over 97% lower than it was in 1800. And then it started to go up a bit as we've moved into an era of more expensive fuel. And if we just run this chart forwards, I've just projected this chart forwards, not on any specific detailed model. I just fitted a polynomial curve to it. But as you can see in this projection, the fossil fuels bottomed out, and as we get into the era of green fuels, which are going to be much, much more expensive, and indeed more expensive fossil fuels as well, I think, then the cost of freight is going to go up again, or at least this is not a forecast. This is a challenge, because our job today is to make the transition from fossil fuels to green fuels, or at least low carbon shipping, without allowing the freight rates in real terms to rise back to where they were 200 years ago when we didn't have fossil fuels. That would be a complete failure. So it's a challenge. And since I'm talking about logistics, just leave the fossil fuels for a moment and move on to the waves of logistics. One of the other interesting features of the world economy today, which I think is quite important, is that this great era of trade development driven by fossil fuels was actually built up from a series of regional cycles. This chart shows you million tons of imports, seaborne imports, so by region. And as you can see, this is Europe. Europe grew very fast until about 1980. It flattened out. It went up a little bit more, and it hasn't grown much since the 1980s. That's imports. Same sort of story if we go to Japan. Japan grew very, very rapidly. Japan was as much a megastar for trade in the 1960s as China was in the 2000s. It grew enormously and dominated seaborne trade, and then it slowed down and has grown very little since then. Asia, except for China and Japan, has been quite steady and has grown very, very rapidly. It's a highly diversified and important region. And here we see the Chinese growth cycle, the growth wave of growth, which started in the 1990s with Deng Xiaoping's financial liberalization, and grew enormously with, the Chinese business model was very different from Europe and Japan. And we're now looking ahead. And the big question that we have to answer here is what it is that is going to make this, where these waves of trade are going to take us in future. And if we just move to the next slide, then you can see that the regional developments that I showed you in the previous slide, if we add them up and look at the Atlantic and the Indian Ocean, Middle East, Pacific, this is the Atlantic trades, and this is the trades east of Suez, if you like, and the aggregate percentages, the percent of world seaborne imports. If we go back to 1961, 81% of the imports were in the Atlantic. They're now down to around 37%, and the Asia and Middle East imports are up to about 60%. And if you extrapolate those trends, I think that will probably increase, perhaps not quite as fast as it has in the past. And so I think that tells us that we can expect regional patterns of trade to change, and that will impact on the shipping industry very substantially. The changes in cargo will also have a big impact on logistics, the commodities that are traded by sea. And innovations must be able to respond to the changes in demand for these commodities that are moved by sea. As you can see, this is a chart, the seaborne trade chart again. You see it goes from 2 billion tons to 16 billion tons. And I've put all the fossil fuel energy trades at the bottom here. And in 2020, they accounted for 40% of the total trade. So 40% of our trade today is carrying the stuff we're trying to get rid of, fossil fuels. And these fossil fuels are creating 15 billion tons of emissions a year. So I think we've got to assume that trade's going to go down. And our big question is how containerization, dry bulk, etc., develop, given that I think the development waves in the various regions are now moving, I think, into a slower phase, and that will be impacted as well by the very high cost of energy, which I haven't spoken about very much yet, but I believe that the green fuels are going to be very expensive and that the fossil fuels will rise on the back of the green fuel prices. And so must expect energy to be more expensive. And I think that is going to be one of the major drivers both of trade and of the shipping business as we move forwards. And that leads me into green ship investment, which, it's also going to come in waves, not because there's anything magic about a wave, but technology doesn't all develop at once. It takes time to get the idea, figure out what to do, test it, put it to sea, and then you've got to roll it out. And in an industry like shipping, where the shipbuilding industry only produces a few percentage points a year of the total fleet, it takes a long time to roll out these new ships. So we need a systematic approach. And this is the sort of thing I think we might happen. This chart is world shipbuilding deliveries in million deadweight tons, and it goes back to 1963. This is where we are. So just in the background here, we have the great shipbuilding bubble of 2011, which I don't think anybody in Korea can forget. It was, God bless the shipbuilders, it's a tough business. It was a very difficult time, this, and capacity has come down. And I think my feeling generally is that we're going to get, ship owners don't know what to do at the moment. I think we are going to, fossil fuel driven ships will be with us for quite a long time, and I think we're going to see a wave of advanced diesel engines, probably fitted for dual fuel, that sort of thing, and we'll be getting green ships in the short sea trades, more green, hybrids, and the sorts of things that's happened in motor cars really. And then we move into wave 3, where the zero carbon propulsion comes in, which is electric, battery, internal combustion engine, conventional ships with carbon capture, which I think has quite a lot of potential at much higher fuel prices. And finally, of course, nuclear, which everyone says, oh no, you can't have nuclear, but people soon forget. And there are very safe types of nuclear reactor being developed actively now and will be available in time for substantial deliveries in this period, if, as a business, we follow President Lee and change everything except our wife and kids, I think my sense running all of these things through models is that we can cope quite well with scenarios to reduce the amount of fossil fuels that we emit in the shipping industry. I think we have all the tools available. We just have to be patient and scientific and develop, and we can get there. I mean, there's the IMO target for 2050, and I think, on all of these scenarios, I find you can get there fairly easily with a little bit of help from the technology. But, I believe in that too. Well, how's the logistics going to develop after the tsunami? I think, again, this needs a systematic approach. The present business needs to escape from the past. The logistics systems we operate today were set up in the 1960s when digital technology was very, very primitive. I mean, they transported information in between very big, very primitive computers, and they called it electronic data interchange. Today, there is wonderful data, and you can see what land-based logistics are doing with this, and I've no doubt we can do it in shipping as well. But I think that the big opportunity here is to improve business to business commerce and to cut carbon dioxide by really working on the short sea trades, because the world is growing into these clusters of powerful trading clusters. And in a more competitive world where you can't rely on global trade so much to support you, I think people are going to be manufacturing locally, and they're going to be trading more commodities in a more varied way. And so the sort of pattern I see is we keep our deep sea trades, but we have much more sophisticated short sea trades so that the super container ships offload their containers in one regional port and they get distributed. And of course, Asia is one of the best places for doing this sort of distribution work. The people like Kern and Nagel say that, you know, the shippers are already willing to pay more money for green freight. And I think that the great advantage we have with doing short sea shipping, where it's the best area to develop the low carbon ships, batteries, and all those other gizmos that can be used for short sea shipping. And what you're trying to do is take cargo off the roads and the railways by delivering the cargo to the closest local port. Just to illustrate, in the UK we bring in 11,000 containers a day, and they all go to 3 ports in the southeast, and 90% of them go onto roads and the railway, and they're carried all the way to the north of England and Scotland on very, very inefficient lorries and trains. And we have if we can get the logistics systems going, we have over 200 active ports in the UK. And so you don't need, if you're in Inverness in the north of the UK, you just take your cargo to Inverness port and it gets picked up by a ship like used to happen in the old days. So I think we've got some exciting things ahead of us. And if I can just summarise my conclusions, I believe change will be driven by energy prices in the 2020s, and the real action in technology will start in the 2030s, when a lot of the technologies we're developing and learning about and building organisations to support will be available. So, you know, the 2020s is about preparation, learning. Fossil fuels still have a long life in shipping, supported by carbon capture and sequestration and much lower operating speeds. And I think these are things that we can't ignore. The third thing is that expensive green fuels and the marginal supply position of oil and LNG, because they're going to be the marginal source of energy for the next 20 years, they're going to push energy prices very high. And so although we tend to talk as though the regulators will drive the change, it won't be the regulators. Well, they'll set the framework, but the change will be driven by very high energy prices. And that's something that the shipping market and the shipbuilding market understand. This will make innovative investment projects viable, as well as the operation of speeds below 10 knots. And each market segment is going to need to find its own solution. It's not one size fits all. And it's been really encouraging to see the way the shipbuilders are really moving into this whole area of developing the digital framework of the ship. And I was looking at DSME's latest catalogue, and I think we are really, you know, we're beginning to take those steps down the road towards building something which will be really different. But it will take time. The shipyards are going to play a major part in developing the design options. And I think the 2020s is going to be the time when companies and organisations will need to develop the systems and the skills and the organisation structures they will need in order to be really effective in putting decarbonisation and much more efficient cargo distribution systems into place in the 2030s and the 2040s. So, on that note, ladies and gentlemen, I'd like to thank you very much for your attention, and to just say I wish you my very best wishes for the rest of the conference, and thank you for inviting me. And can I just say that I'm very confident that Korea is going to play a big part in these changes that lie ahead. But don't abandon your wife and kids, okay?
Thank you very much. 고맙습니다. 여러분 박수 부탁드리겠습니다.
Thank you once again. Please give him a warm round of applause. And he talked about the world prospects for world trade. That was the first presentation, and now we're ready to listen to the second presentation of the session. We are here going to invite Professor Jean-Claude Till, who is going to join us online. He will be talking about maritime logistics service and regional economies, geospatial analysis of risks and opportunities. So,
Good afternoon, everybody. It is a pleasure for me to be with you virtually today, and unfortunately, I was not able to make arrangements to be present and to deliver this presentation in person, face to face in Korea. So I do apologize for that, and hopefully, the fact that we are only present virtually will not be a barrier to the interaction that we're going to have. So it is a pleasure for me to follow Dr. Stopford as he gave a very inspiring and very timely presentation on overviewing really the evolution of maritime logistics from the past to the present, all the way to the future, including the trends in terms of really what the new sources of energy will bring to us in this domain. So what I want to do with you today is really tell you a little bit about what I do and really how my own perspective really is impacting really my research in the field of logistics and maritime transportation. So this will really be sort of a personal journey in many ways, and I will take you on the journey for 15 or 20 minutes or so on selected aspects of what fits in the broader context of what Dr. Stopford really was talking about in some ways. So as a starter, I would like to say that I'm a geographer, and what does that really mean? Well, it really means that in my professional activities, I pay a great deal of attention to what is going on around the world in terms of the location of the events, where the events and the activities take place, and how that has an impact on other activities that take place at different locations. So location is really very important for what geographers do, and that is going to be present throughout my presentation. Hence, the title of my presentation and makes reference to geospatial analysis. So we'll talk about location, we'll talk about places, we'll talk about the regions that are being served by logistics systems, but we also will talk about the evolution of logistics systems, the risks that exist, not just for the providers of the service, but for the clients or the customers of the service providers. And that is really very important in a sense that while this is an industry that is really very central to making today's world what it is today, it is also an industry that has some responsibilities and certainly a role to play in shaping the evolution of the economy of countries at a global scale, but at the regional scale, at the local scale, that is really very important as well. And I will stress really what that really means in terms of risks and opportunities tied to the specific operations from the logistics service providers. So next, so the context of the talk, my talk, is really driven essentially by what is being mapped over here. So this is a mapping of the flows of maritime vessels at the global scale over a few years. and you see really the trajectories that are being visualized over several years, and it displays the intensity of interactions between selected places. Next. So this is on the supply side in many ways. On the demand side, we have really the demand for the logistics services, but also the well-being of the population resulting from the existence of trade at multiple locations. So this is a map of the world as well, but this is a map of the population. Those are nightlight, called nightlight data that's being visualized here, which is proportional to the population distribution, but also the amount of energy is being used and reflecting therefore the degree of affluence of the population. Next. And articulating the link really between those two, the demand and the supply that fuels the industry that we're going to talk about, are the ports. So this is a map of the ports based on the ports of the world. They're the main points of articulation of trade at a global scale. So we'll talk about really all of these different elements and the relationship that ties them together. And that is really an important theme that you will see coming across throughout my presentation. Next. So in my presentation, I will talk about networks, the networks and the connectivity associated with those networks that enable the relationship between places through the logistic systems, through the vessels. We will talk about the importance of the geographic space, which matters. We are not really talking here about the galactic space, but space on the surface of the Earth, and the fact that really distances are significant impediments to what is going on, but the fact as well that economies, national economies, regional economies, local economies are place-based and occur at a particular location, and that the logistical relationships enable them to interact with each other, gives access to the global economy, to those local activities. So connectivity is really very important, but connectivity is also changing. We're talking about a changing world at various scales, and not necessarily the scale of the past 200 years. This is really at a bit of a shorter scale we'll talk about. But we'll talk really about some of those challenges that do exist and how that impacts the activities of the shipping companies, but also the effects or impacts the ability of the local economies to tap into the opportunities that are made available to them through those connections and the global scale. Next. As a starting point, what I want to do, just in order to provide you with some context, is go over some related theories and concepts. And this is going to be very quick so that we can really delve into 4 main points that I really want to share with you and to spend the bulk of my presentation based on the research that I've done, and then moving forward really in terms really the challenges that exist in terms of figuring out really how a changing world affect really some of those relationships. Maritime logistics plays a very important role, as I indicated, in terms of really developing the local economies, enables trades and connects the local economies to an international conduit for commerce. And ultimately, as we all know, this all comes down to transaction costs. The cost of shipping, which we know has been related really to the size of the vessels, which explains really why the vessels are increasing has been increasing for the past 2 or 3 decades at a very steady pace. Maritime logistics and the ability to trade, the ability to ship between places is fundamentally often seen as a precondition for development. And certainly regional economic development officials, as well as port officials, keep an eye at conducting efficiency analysis routinely in order to flag deficiencies in certain countries, in certain regions, to remediate those deficiencies in order to prevent or to enable a region to keep moving forward and to keep on the path of great prosperity. And certainly that enables them to identify issues of lack of investment and sometimes as well deficiencies in market clearing mechanisms, whether it is due to overregulation or sometimes to overly monopolistic conditions that exist on the market of logistics services. Next. Some of the theories that exist out there put a great emphasis on the ports. And I understand that really the point of this particular session is not, or the emphasis of it is not specifically about ports, but certainly we cannot really ignore the fact that ports are those specific nodes, those specific locations that have unusual properties, unusual characteristics, unusual qualities. And certainly for quite some time, the scholars like myself, the economists or the geographers really who looked at those issues put a great emphasis on stressing the idiosyncratic characteristics of ports in this context. But the fact of the matter is that progressively, what has been discovered is the fact that ports do not operate in isolation. They operate as part of a larger system, and they operate according to and under very stringent forces, economic forces of complementarity and substitutions that really shape how they operate. And certainly today's world is really very different from what it was even a couple of decades ago. So certainly the evolution of the transportation system, or the port system, very specifically, is the product of the evolution of the technologies, the evolution as well of the form of energy, like indicated by Dr. Subfoot. And today the ports are seen as those nodes that are very important really to articulate the trade on great distance. Next. Fundamentally, the ports are responsible for what's called port regionalization. They frame space, the geographic space around them in the form of the hinterlands and the forelands of the ports, and create a complete mosaic of polygons on the surface of the earth, using the function that the ports have to bring connectivity between places. Some of the ports really operate as hubs, which means really that there are also hierarchical function that operates across the transportation, maritime transportation system. Next. So the port system is a collection of nodes and edges. And certainly this goes back to the work that was done a few decades ago by the French geographer and economist Vigarrier, who talked about the port triptych, which is the relationship that exists between the port, the foreland, and the hinterland, and the seamless integration of logistics systems and channels across the entire system. Next. Fairly recently, a geographer doing research in the University of Paris conducted some research that is historical and really looked at data from Lloyd. So these are the Lloyd's shipping index, in order to recreate fundamentally that network that I've been alluding to, that regionalization. And I have here on this slide really a sample of just two visualizations, two maps, two networks that he created. One depicting the situation in 1890, yes, I say 1890 on the left, and one for 1980 on the right. And particularly what you will see is really how the world was fragmented, but framed really by significant ports. And certainly on the left, you see, so both of them being snapshot of the reality that is constantly evolving. On the left, you see the importance of the ports, the British ports, particularly London, Liverpool, Cardiff, but also Hamburg. in 1980, these ports have evolved in the sense that some have grown, some have shrunk, and you see some new ports that have emerged, particularly Tokyo, Rotterdam, Singapore, and Hamburg still being there. But you see as well that there's an entire network, a structure that has evolved over time. So space is important, the location is important, because these ports really serve a function globally, but also very central function regionally and locally as hubs for trade at the local scale. And this is definitely tied to really some of the consideration that Dr. Supford already alluded to. We may come back to with a rebirth maybe of short sea shipping, or with the revamping of the manufacturing processes at a more local scale as opposed to global scale. So space is important, but time is important as well, and we will come back to that. I will stress this towards the last third of my presentation when I talk about really the changes in the dynamics of the transportation systems, in the long term, mid-term, and then short term, and some of the issues related to this that we are studying at this point. Next. Just to stress a little bit more really the importance of space. I will give to you a few visualization, a sample of results of some of the analysis that we have done. And we worked here with manifests, bills of lading, I should say, for large number of records tied to exports from China to the US. And really what is being visualized over here is the hinterland of the Chinese ports exporting to the US, North America, and more generally. And these are the dots that appear on the map. And really, we used an algorithm of community detection called the walk trap community detection algorithm that allows us to classify the ports of origin in relation to their connection to the ports of export. And we see that in this particular case, the algorithm came up with an optimal organization of the entire system of freight shipping from China to the ports and ultimately to the US in the form of 4 communities, so 4 clusters. One of them in South China, which is represented in teal. The second represented in the central part of midsection of China, represented in pink. And then the third one in northeastern China in purple. And the fourth one, in case you're wondering, is the one that is really focused on Taiwan, and you can see that of the coast of mainland China. So I would like to point out to you a couple of things. One is that what we used here is just the fact that there are shipments that take place. We did not take the geography into account to classify and to cluster these events. But the fact of the matter is that naturally, these communities are shown to be extremely geographically focused. And you will see this a little bit more in the next 3 slides. Next slide, please. So the communities are quite exclusive, but not completely exclusive. The one in South China, as you can see being circled over here, is a community that is primarily served by the large ports that we know that are identified over here. And you see that these ports, most of the trade of those ports originate within that bubble that you see, that oval that is over there. So there's competition between the ports, but there's really no competition with the ports in other parts of China. So this is fully very exclusive. There's no contestability outside of that cluster of ports that compete on fairly short distance. Next slide. On the other hand, can you go back, please? Thank you. One more. One more. I'm sorry. Can you go forward? Thank you. Can you go back one, please? Okay, thank you. So this particular community over here is in North China, and really you see that this is really framed by the port of Dalian. But the port of Dalian really captures a lot of trade really coming out of other regions of China as well. So it is really eminently contested. So the port does not really occupy quite a unique position as the ports of South China. Now, the community in the very center, which is one of the maps that I think that we have difficulties getting to, is occupied by Shanghai, but also some of the other major ports there in the central section of China, the Ningbo, Qingdao, Tianjin, and to some extent Dalian as well. It is really very important, serving really one of the most advanced manufacturing centers of the country. But fundamentally, what I want to stress here is the fundamental geographic component that exists really in these maps, even though the geography was really not used to create these maps. So fundamentally, the geography is infused in the reality of what it means to ship from place to place. And the reason really is that the best way to save and to minimize the shipping cost, even on the land side, is really to ship on sort of the shortest distance, which explains ultimately why these communities, which are the coalescence of multiple hinterlands that partly overlap among the ports that belong to that community, come together. Thank you. Next. The second point I would like to make today with you is that these communities that I've been talking about can be very complex. And what is visualized here is based on the same kind of data as well. So bills of lading, but this time on the other side of the world, exports from Europe to the US. And you see that the map of European countries is being visualized. We used in this particular case another form of community detection algorithm, which is called a weighted stochastic block model, which works a little bit differently from a traditional community detection algorithm, creates blocks which are, in a way, classes. And here we applied this to shipments from European countries that were imported into the US, so bills of lading. So hundreds of thousands of records that were used really to feed into this algorithm and this process. The interesting thing is really that in this particular case, we have different communities that organizes the locations of origin of the shipments, which we can therefore map geographically. And that is really what is being represented in the map that is shown over here. One of the interesting things is already on this map is really that there are different colors that represent really the different communities, different clusters that seem to some extent follow the boundaries of those countries. Look at the boundary between France and Spain, the blue patch and the yellow patch, but also between Germany in pinkish, purplish, and France in blue, or between France and Italy. And this reflects the fact that boundaries still matter to a large extent in logistics systems. And I've done extensive work on this, really using econometric modeling, discrete choice models, and so on. And it is definitely the case that in spite of the unification through the institutions of the European Union, the fact of the matter is that logistics flows still very much follow, are constrained to some extent, without being imposed, but naturally constrained by the existence of those boundaries. So coming back really to the other elements of what is being showed on this particular slide on the left side, you see some of those diagrams, which are alluvial visualizations that show from the top to the bottom the source of the shipments, the transition through a first port, the first horizontal gray bar, another port, potentially the second horizontal bar before entering in the US, so from the top to the bottom of these charts. On the left, we have the evolution of the shipments using these trajectories, aggregated trajectories, which would be direct on the left and indirect on the right, with meaning that the transition to hubs through feeder services from the place of origin. And a couple of things I would like to stress, just a couple instances I would like to bring to your attention. If you look at the region E, which is color-coded on the map as well, which indicates that those shipments originate in Germany and portions of Central Europe, are exported to the US primarily through two sets of major ports in Northern Europe. On the one hand, we have Bremerhaven and Hamburg in Northern Germany, which is cluster 8. And then we have Antwerp and Rotterdam, which is cluster 1 that you see circled in blue on the second bar. If you can go to the next to bring up that next. Here we go. Thank you. And you saw them there. And the interesting thing is really that the continuity that exists really between in those trajectories, a continuity from the start to the finish of logistics chain. On the right side, just to give you a sense of what is going on, you see as well some of those relationships. The areas on the map that are depicted in green correspond to a community that covers Scandinavia as well as portions of Eastern Europe, particularly in Poland and Romania and part of Ukraine. And all of those shipments transit through some of the ports in the Baltic, as well as in that part of Eastern Europe, before continuing on to the US. Next slide, please. Yes, on the next, thank you. If you can stay on this one. So on this one, really you see circled on the map, really a number of shipments that originate in the Balkan regions in Southeastern Europe that are presented in red. And these shipments are for the most part shipped to the US using a hub and spoke system and are typically shipped out of local ports such as Odessa in Ukraine or ports in Romania like Constanza and so on, but shipped from there to major hubs in Italy, Naples and Giarratoro particularly. So the connection that exists over there is really between that particular zone of origin in Southeastern Europe, major ports in Greece, but also in the Black Sea that serve as feeder ports into those major hubs in southern Europe, in the Mediterranean, on their way to the ports of the US. Thank you. Next. So these are very complex structures, and I really cannot underestimate really the fundamental difference that exists between those visualizations, which is the outcome of a tremendous amount of computational work that was conducted with respect to some of those simpler visualizations that are depicted in a context of China. So these are in both cases, communities are being created, but communities with very different complexities, different methods that were used in order to tease out the differential complexities that are built and embedded in the relationships between places. The third point I want to make is that networks that are used by the logistics chains, logistics services, are fundamentally very heterogeneous. National boundaries, as already indicated, are very important, which creates a tremendous amount of heterogeneity, barriers that really forces some of the major conduit for freight to be realigned and to be changed. Some of the work that my team and I really did a few years back on the study of trade flows in China, using disaggregate shipment information as well, was to stress the importance of red tape and other transaction costs in the determination and the decision on which ports to ship to. And this is a little bit unusual, but it is really very important for me to stress this, because really what we're able to identify there is that it is not necessarily the fact that one can ship domestically or continentally to a port at a very low rate that matters, but the ability to ship in a way that is reliable, predictable is really very important. Predictability is really very important. In the context of Africa, it may be the unpredictability associated with congestion on the highway system. It can be associated with unpredictability of the trips of the trucks due to weather conditions, storms and others, but also unpredictability in terms of the delays due to red tape at border crossings, which is really very important as well, which may stretch over days sometimes, and may therefore fundamentally make it very difficult to predict the time the shipments will arrive at the port and whether they will be able to make it to their final destination, whether the destination may be. So the access on the network may be important, but the access onto the network is very important as well. So the ability to access the maritime transportation system is very, very important, and to particularly study the significance of bottlenecks on the land side is very important. Now, certainly for those of you who are involved in trade with the US, you know that this is really very important as well. There are places on the land side of the US that are really very important and really need to be dealt with. Next slide. The last point I want to make is really about the fact that really networks are dynamic. They change over time. And they change in the long term, they change as well in the midterm and the short term. So space is really very important in this context. And one of the key things that I really want to stress, and in the interest of time, I will go over this a little bit more quickly than I anticipated. We did study the changes in the logistics system in the context of Africa, particularly. Next slide. And Africa is known as a country, is not known as a country that really receives a tremendous amount of attention on the part of the logistics industry, largely because it's not a continent that consumes a lot of manufactured goods or produces a tremendous amount of manufactured goods. But as a matter of fact, it is a continent that's changing very quickly. As a matter of fact, over the past few years, some of the African countries are the countries that ranked among the fastest growing economies in the world, close to 10% for some of those countries. So this is really the future of logistics as we see it. And certainly it has garnered an increasing amount of attention on part of logistics companies in order to catch up really with things. Now, certainly one of the key issues is really to understand where Africa is at this point. Africa historically has been fairly poor in terms of internal connectivity of its logistics systems, and externally has been very lopsided in terms of connections with European countries, particularly, while the connectivity with Asia or with the Americas has really been traditionally fairly weak. So we try to study some of the evolution that exists there using that indicator, so the line shipping bilateral connectivity indicator, that is an indicator that's publicly accessible through the United Nations, so UNCTAD and the United Nations organization. Next slide, it's a composite index. And we try to look at the evolution of really the connectivity of African ports in particular. And on the table here, you will see, particularly on the left side, on the left red bubble, the evolution of some of those indices. And you see that really African countries have seen an improvement of their index, but particularly the better connectivities have improved tremendously. But on average, Africa has improved its condition, but maybe less than the rest of the world. But particularly, there's a great amount of disparities that has occurred in Africa. Some countries have seen fundamental improvement of their own connectivity with selected other countries, particularly Asian countries. So it's got a great amount of disparity. So instead of having a convergence and really the lifting up of all African countries and African ports together towards the ability to serve better their own industries and the global economy, we see a great deal of disparities in Africa. Next slide. And we see particularly that Africa has gotten closer to Asia. A number of Asian countries, Singapore, but also Korea and China. This is visualized on this map. This is the result of modeling used using multidimensional scaling. And we see particularly that the vessel size coming out of Asia into Africa has increased tremendously. But sometimes this has not necessarily been accompanied with an overall improvement in accessibility in a sense that the increasing size of the vessels has really been at the expense of the frequency. And sometimes this is not necessarily the best of the solutions for the shippers, in the sense that they don't necessarily need a vessel with great capacity. They need vessels that are going to be able to provide service at a higher frequency. And this is really something that's really very important. A lot of detail, a lot of interesting evolutions that is discussed in the bottom of this slide. Next slide. So the question really in case of Africa is really to know if that transformation in connectivity from maritime transportation is going to be able to fuel foreign direct investment, and whether as well the deficiencies on the land side logistics system is going to stand in the way, or will it be upgraded? And certainly we all know that China has already been very active collaborating and participating and funding a lot of the infrastructure systems on the land side of Africa through their One Belt, One Road, One Belt infrastructure system. Next. Now, what I would like to wrap this presentation with, and I think that this is really very important, is really some of the evolution that we have looked at much more recently over the past 2 or 3 years, particularly in the wake of the COVID pandemic. And we were particularly interested, given really the great deal of publicity internationally that logistics systems have received by not providing really the services in a timely fashion, that grocery stores that had shelves that were left empty, sometimes for an extended period of time, at least in the US. And we all know that there were bottlenecks that were created at a number of ports. So we really wanted to look at some of these considerations, and particularly looking at the patterns of port skipping or blank sailing, the magnitude of it, and particularly to compare the situation during the pandemic and before the pandemic. We did our analysis, particularly on one of the major trading routes at a global scale, so between Europe and the Far East in both directions, and we use ACE data for that, ACE port call data. So we developed a new measure that is data-driven, derived really from the data. We call it a ratio of blank sailing. So that's basically the ratio of the ports that are being skipped. The frequency at which a port is being skipped. This is a port-based measure at this stage. And we plan really to move to looking at things a little bit differently, looking at this from a vessel perspective, but also from a shipping company perspective. But at this point, it is indeed a port-based measure. So it is the ratio of the number of times a port is being skipped over the anticipated number of ports that we would like to see happen. We did some statistical analysis as well to understand a little bit better some of those trajectories, but the pattern of skipping of the ports as well. Next slide. So fundamentally, the pendulum that we looked at is visualized on the map on the left side, really between northeastern Asia, so Korea, basically, all the way down to Southeast Asia, around the Indian Ocean, and then the Suez Canal, Mediterranean Sea, and Western Europe. And really, what is being visualized on the right is an example for one single vessel. This is one single vessel over the period that we studied from 2021 all the way to over several years before the pandemic, all the way to the situation post-pandemic. And really, the horizontal axis is the spatial dimension along basically that trajectory from East Asia all the way to Western Europe. And the vertical dimension is time. And you see the pattern of the vessels. In red, you see the ports at which this particular vessel called, and in yellow, the absence of a port. So this is indication of a skipping pattern. Next. So we use some of the information, we quantified and use statistics to have a reliable measure of the skipping pattern, the intensity of the skipping pattern. One of the interesting things, and without wanting to overload you with too much statistics, is that we discovered that on average, the port skipping pattern during the pandemic globally was really fundamentally the rate at skipping was not higher than it was before. So there was skipping pattern before. And basically what happened with the pandemic is that it brought it to the attention of the public and of government officials and of companies. But fundamentally, we don't really see any change in the overall pattern. Locally, though, things are quite different. So skipping or blank sailing has become problematic, was problematic during the pandemic at certain locations. One of the things that we have seen is really that there's a regional component. So some regions are much more prone to blank sailing. Next slide. Now, what is being visualized over here is using that intensity of colors. In red, you see the ports are being identified as being much more likely to be affected by blank sailing. And you see that really the major ports of East Asia, but also the major ports of Western Europe tend not to be affected by blank sailing. Some ports along the way, particularly in the Indian Ocean, in the Persian Gulf, and in the Mediterranean, are much more likely to be affected by blank sailing. This was the case before, and that was the case after the outbreak of COVID as well. Next. Some of the patterns that we identified allowed us to differentiate based on the port type. And certainly the kind of vessels that are operated, that are serviced at the different ports is important. But fundamentally, it has been difficult to tie that to major ports. But certainly some of the smaller ports along the way, outside of East Asia and outside of Western Europe, tend to be much more prone to blank sailing. And this raises an important question that is going to fuel really some of the questions that I will discuss in the next few slides, which is really the differential impact that the logistics systems and maybe the hiccups that the logistics system may have on certain regions, because ultimately the ports serve the local region around them, the hinterland. And therefore, as well, the businesses that rely on the shipping function, logistics functions provided by the ports and the vessels that call at those locations. Small economies particularly can be extremely vulnerable to all of this. And small economies would include, for instance, all of those islands in Southeast Asia, or the small economies in the Caribbean, the small countries in Africa particularly. And certainly one of the things that we have seen is really that during the pandemic, next slide, that there has been a repositioning of vessels from economies and from ports that up to that point really were not major ports at a global scale, like ports of Africa. And some of those smaller vessels in the scale of 4,000 TEUs up to 8,000 TEUs were repositioned from those secondary markets.
Yes, Professor, sorry.
The gaps.
Because we're a little behind the schedule. Would you please make it short for the next?
Yes, I will finish in a minute. Thank you.
Okay.
So we see a repositioning of the vessels from some of those secondary markets, particularly towards markets serving the US. across the Atlantic, across the Pacific. And this is really something is being visualized over here. So we call this a reversed cascading, in the sense that typically the cascading is the fact that as larger vessels really are brought online and really serve the largest markets, those smaller vessels are taken offline from those larger markets and move to secondary markets. Here we have a reversed cascading that seems to come into play, that again stresses the importance of the vulnerability of the smaller markets as a result of this process. Next slide. We are working, and this is work in progress. I'm not going to spend much time on this, but just to tell you, this is more than just words and ideas, but this is really something that we're looking at right now. Those waves that we have in terms of really of the patterns of the vessels in space and time, those trajectories are things that we are studying right now. And we're looking at the repositioning of the vessels. And these are two examples on this particular slide and two on the next slide. Next slide, please. And you see that some of those vessels have been repositioned indeed from some of the largest and most significant markets globally. The smaller markets towards serving the US in particular. So this is the kind of reverse cascading that we really want to study in greater depth, to look at the impact that this is having on the local economies, but also the magnitude of this at different scales, whether this is really something that we observed globally, or whether this is really very focused, and to what extent this may also be the case of specific shipping companies, carriers, as opposed to others. Next slide. So the next couple of slides really talk about some of those issues and the criticality of the dependability of the service, not just for the shippers, but for the economies that are served by those shipping services on great distance. Next. So what I did over the past 15 or 20 minutes or so is really to take you on that journey. And I did stress really the importance of the geographic space, but also the connectivity and the interdependence between the magnitude of the economy and the quality of that connectivity and economic development, particularly at the local scale. I stressed the importance of logistics networks, the importance that those networks have a spatial dimension, that they are dynamic, that it can be very complex, and that they can change very quickly, locally, regionally, and globally. And these are some of the intertwined relationships that we are looking at. These are some of the risks that may exist, but also the opportunities, depending on whether you are one of the bigger partners, bigger regions, and bigger ports at a global scale, or one of the smaller ones. This is the end of my presentation. We can cycle through the last two presentations. I definitely want to acknowledge participation and contribution from some of my collaborators whose names are listed in the bottom of this slide. Thank you for your attention.
네, 여러분 박수.
Let's give Professor Till a big round of applause, and thank you so much for the presentation. He is a Knight Distinguished Professor, having written many papers in this area, and he has been doing his research for a very long period of time. And he has given us a very informative presentation. This is our session one. We have just listened to two presenters for this session. Now we're on to the discussion session. I would like to invite the chair once again and the panelists. And we will be ready in a moment. To the two presenters, regarding the two presenters, they have also said that they both said that the oceans are facing both opportunities and risks. So let's discuss that in the following discussion session. In this new world of change, the future should play a unique role. As such, in today's session, we would like to talk about the structural change and development direction of international trade and shipping environment. We have just listened to presentations by two world-renowned scholars, and the chair will now introduce the panelists. We have our time until about 3 p.m., and if time allows, the chair will also hand over the mic to the audience. Let's invite the panelists and the chair. First of all, I would like to invite the chair, as well as the three panelists. Here they are. We have the Dean, Mr. Dean, as well as the three panelists and the two presenters again through screen. Let's welcome Mr. Lee Sang-yoon as chair and Mr. Ko Byung-wook, Deputy President of Maritime Policy Research Department in the Korea Maritime Institute, Mr. Yang Jin-ho, CEO of and President of KSC, and Mr. An Kwang-hyun, President of HD KSOE. We're also joined by the two presenters via screen. Let's give everyone a warm round of applause before we begin. Mr. Chair, please go ahead. I hope you all enjoyed the presentations. I know that we're a little behind the schedule. We have until 3 p.m. for our discussion. First of all, I would like to introduce Professor Martin Stopford, who talked about the time after 19th century, how fossil fuels drove international trade. And he also talked about how fossil fuels must transition into green energy, and in that process, what kind of opportunities and risks will the world face. The second presenter was Professor John-Claude Till. He talked about, in a microeconomic perspective, how hinterland and foreland interfaces at ports. And he talked about how that happens based on theories, and especially through Atlantic Ocean. So beginning from now, I would like to invite the three panelists and have a more broad discussion that includes the two presentations that just took place. Once again, I would like to introduce to you the panelists. We have Professor Ko Byung-wook, Deputy President of Maritime Policy Research Department of Korea Maritime Institute. He has been deeply engaged in policies over the past 20 years, and he has written several books in the area. We have Mr. An Kwang-hyun, President of HD KSOE. As you may be aware, he's the president of a world-leading shipbuilding company, and he's a world-renowned expert in energy. We have next Mr. Yang Jin-ho, who is the CEO and President of Korea Shipping Corporation. Over the past 30 years, he has worked in many countries to experience the maritime industry. And for the sake of efficiency of discussion, we will have each panelist comment and question about the presentations. And after that, we will have a Q&A session where both the presenters and the discussants can participate. I would like to first invite Professor Ko Byung-wook.
Today's theme is international trade and shipping environment. So the topic that I'm going to talk about is about international trade and the shipping industry and how the government and our industry should play their roles. So for the past decade, international trade had diverse issues, and one of them is the Japanese earthquake in 2011 having a great impact to the supply chain, and with the endemic, we are now overcoming the COVID-19 issues. We also have COVID-19 outbreak issues in the 2020, and we also have issues related to China. During the Japanese earthquake crisis, as you all know, there has been a great deterioration in the supply chain of the parts and components. So with the disruption of the supply chain, we had difficult issues back then. I'm pretty sure that you all can see my slides here. So if you look at this slide, it shows the volume of export of China for each month. So the one in blue shows the decrease is when the Wuhan came into lockdown. And as the pandemic spread across the Western society, and moving on to the summer, there has been a great increase in the consumption of the goods. And for just over 2 years, centering around the US ports, there has been a great stagnation of shippings. The volume of goods only increased by 10%, but we really faced a severe danger. And various shipping companies faced a great loss. So this shows there was a great shock in the international trade. And another thing that we need to take into consideration is the conflict between the US and China. Of course, there are some signs of change. There has been a great trade conflict between the two countries. Last month, Blinken visited China, and today, the Secretary of Treasury, Janet Yellen, visited China as well. So I think the conflicts surrounding the G2 countries are changing at the moment. So this kind of supply chain disruption from Japanese earthquake and COVID-19 tells us that our strategies that we have been promoting so far can respond to the crisis and the paradigms. And due to the Sino-American conflict, once again, the US has reached its top trade volume in its record, but there will also be some changes in our supply chain as well. Then what does this imply to our maritime industry? So our traditional strategies of just in case and the diversification of the US supply chain can put an impact. And also, one of the implications of the COVID-19 has to do with one of the port terminals in the Western America. And due to the COVID-19, there has been a great stagnation in the port, but there was this one port that provided a swift service and raised its revenue as well. Other than that, there are also issues of the port, which is decarbonization and digitalization. I also prepared another slide, and this is the website of Musk. It says Musk Spot. It shows about the digitalization speed of Musk. And by using this service, you can reserve the shipping. And by doing so, you'll be able to send the logistics. Now, you can see that the port Musk is adopting this kind of digital service. So if we provide such service, and just like the Musk adopted its digitalization, we can see that we have to go for change. And this is the digital task for the Korean shipping industry and companies. We have optimization task and 3 systematic construction tasks as well. So we have to optimize the overall port process and repositioning of the container boxes. And this is closely linked to cost reduction. And in terms of service, we have 3 C's. So first of all, this system can be adopted comprehensively, and another service can also be adopted via online. And by making e-platforms, we'll be able to provide more digital-friendly services and advance the port infrastructures. Moving on to decarbonization, recently, according to the Korea Management Association, there is this special survey. So big vessels will use the LNG, and then it will gradually decarbonize its fuels. That would be really effective. And as for the small vessels, because the space is small compared to the big vessels, there will be some loss of cost in terms of freight. So some say that small vessels should still go for LNG fuels. The major thing here is that we have to monitor all these factors so that we can set the plans for decarbonization. So this was about the international trade and maritime industry. Then now, what kind of roles should governments and the organization should play? I think the regulation has a role to play here. We do not see any robust investment here, but MSC has acquired a large number of vessels, and Maersk is also securing various logistics assets as well. We need to acquire this kind of logistic assets so that we can shift into alliance. And by doing so, we'll be able to incorporate ourselves into this alliance. And then moving on to the digitalization, we have to look at the good cases and the failure cases. There are companies with digitalized human talents, but there are obviously some companies that do not have such kind of talents. And there was this research paper that there were some businesses that went bankrupt because they did not have such human talents. So regarding that, in July, government will come up with relevant policies for digitalization. The third thing that I want to emphasize is that we need cooperation. For example, we need cooperation between the shipping industry and the shipbuilding industry. And as we're talking about the digital transformation, we also need to build digital transformation in par with the demands of the cargo owners. Moving on, China and the US are also playing robust industrial policies. Korea also needs robust industrial policy. What I really want to highlight is that for the environmental friendly shipping industry, we have to invest a lot of amount of capital assets. And those capitals are already prepared by the government, which I hope so. And also, cultivating human talents for the digitalization will also be important. Lastly, in the era of fast-changing economy, rather than fragmentation, we have to find a way to communicate with one another and build cooperation. So that comes to the end of my presentation. Thank you very much. Thank you. Dr. Ko mentioned about the international trade and shipping environment in a macro scale. Various issues and important issues were extracted, but due to time constraints, I'm not able to add my comments here. Next, I'm going to hand over the microphone to CEO Yang Jino. So from the perspective of a Korean shipping corporation, I would like to hear his ideas.
Professor Lee said a few days ago, he asked Professor Martin Stafford to attend this conference. And he also asked me to be here. So I thought about the ideas, various ideas, but due to time constraints, I thought maybe I could talk 3 times faster than usual or just reduce the amount of my presentation 3 times, but I chose the latter. So I think that as someone who operates a maritime company, there are a few things that are important. Professor Stafford talked about the next 30 years in international trade and the direction for shipping and how we can deal with it. This is just my personal opinion. As I listened to the presentation, as soon as he started his presentation, he quoted Peter Drucker, the management guru. I think that's the key to this talk. Managing for the Futures, which is his book. And another logic that penetrates this talk is the famous book, Maritime Economics, written by Professor Stafford. Another book that came across my mind is one written by Alvin Toffler about the information and revolution in the 21st century. He predicted that 40 years ago, the third wave. I'm sure you all felt that while you're listening to the presentation, that analyzing the past and predicting the changes in the future enables us to decide to do what to do now, and that's what those books are about. What resonated with me most in this presentation is, the waves, using the word wave to elaborate on the ideas. And in trade and shipping, there are changes that will come in the form of waves, according to Professor Stafford, especially after the change of fossil fuels. That he explained that as a tsunami rather than a wave. So it's something that's much more bigger than a wave. It's a much bigger change, according to my understanding. And as for the details of his presentation, I would like to skip them and go right to the conclusion. Yes, I think, well, I'm a marine entrepreneur. From my perspective, Professor Stafford thinks that energy prices will drive the changes in the 2020s, and in the 2030s, the new technologies that are being developed today will reap their fruits. So the old ships that are fueled by fossil fuels will also face changes, but they can actually stay a lot longer than we think they will. And as for the green fuels, fossil fuels, they will become pricey. Well, as for this, innovative projects and reducing the speed of ships will be affected by those prices. So regulators, especially the IMO, rather than them, these prices will actually drive the changes. That's how I understood his presentation. I don't think there's no golden key or a perfect solution. As he pointed out, shipping industry will play an important role where customized shipbuilding is possible. I 100% agree to that. Professor Stafford also said that there are two advices that he wants to give to the marine companies for the future. Before we face the big changes in 2030, the changes that we will be facing now are like a tsunami, and in order to respond to that, we need to rebuild management structure, and we need to create a symbiotic relationship with the logistics system. We need to reanalyze that, and we need to do away from the past. I think that gives us a lot of food for thought. And as I listened to the presentation, I thought about change, innovation, systematic, doing away with the past, inevitable future. These terms repeated themselves. And I thought about the quote on the first slide about innovations not creating change, innovations taking advantage of the changes. I understood finally why he quoted Peter Drucker on the first slide. Another thing that resonated with me most is something about the green vessels. In the era of energy transition, it's not the regulators who drive the change, it's the prices, it's the market that drives changes. From entrepreneurial perspective, whenever there are new environment regulations, there are two perspectives to look at it. The first is reducing capital expenditure as much as possible to comply with the regulations. The second is about the new regulations and how what kind of impact that will have on the price of the ships and the market. The costs will rise, but doing away with older vessels and reducing the size of the market, will that give us hope that we can recoup the investment? Can you share the slide once again? But the reality is that the market and the technology, they move in a way that utilizes the existing market. And at the same time, with the help of the new technologies, it creates new vessels. Ultimately, it creates demand and it pressures the demand and supply. That's the way that it's been working for the whole time. For the past 20 years in the maritime industry, there were some meaningful regulations. The first is the ballast water and emission, and the third is GHG emission. And as you know, CO2 problem is a future problem, but it's something that we need to find solutions for at the moment. Right now, there are many technologies being developed to combat that. And as for the water problem, the vessels have already found a solution. In 2020, there were 3 solutions to this problem. Older vessels using the older fuels and scrubble, having a scrubble, which is a new solution, and the older vessels transitioning into a lower sulfur fuel, and the third is using a new fuel called LNG. So it's a new type of vessel, which is a solution. There were these three options, and the companies chose one of the 3, but the result created drastic changes. And let's move on to the second slide. This is the third one. Go back one earlier. Is it not possible? Then let me just explain it verbally. To give you the conclusion up front, in the older vessels that have a new technology, the combination of the lower sulfur was the winner. For the past 21 to 22 years, the export was $4.6 million, and they can last another 10 or 20 years, but at the same time, they created a revenue of more than 1.1 million. Next slide, please. Then what happened with those who chose the LNG vessels? If you look at the top 2 graphs, it shows the 2 conventional fuels and the LNG price. When the sulfur regulation happened in 2020, and since then, the average price is a lot higher than the conventional fuel. And as for the LNG vessels, it's actually 30% higher. So this is concerning, a very, very high price. Of course, there are many variables like the Eurasia and Ukrainian war, and recently, I know that it's a little premature to tell now, but for the past 3 years, the worst of the 3 choices, it was the worst of the 3 choices. Whenever there are new environmental regulations, how the companies deal with those regulations actually decides the fate of the company. So you have to be as prudent as possible and as accurate as possible in making simulations when you make decisions. And you have to start creating foundations for that now. Thank you.
Thank you very much. So that was a very insightful comment from the CEO Yang Jin-ho. Now we have President An Kang-hun and listen to the perspective of a shipbuilding company. Nice to meet you, everyone. I am President An Kwang-hun. To be honest, in order to talk about this topic, I think we need more time. So my head is kind of dizzy and it's becoming complex because I have to shorten down this to a few minutes. So just like other speakers mentioned, the market is changing at a rapid clip. And as someone who is an insider of shipbuilding, logistics, and maritime industry, my head is a bit chaotic and confusing after hearing all this. It's a very complex issue. In last June, I was abroad and I did various discussion with other experts as well as the owners of the cargoes and the owners of the ships. And I met various cargo owners out there, and I realized that our industry is really changing very fastly. In 2019, I presented various things at the IMO. Like I've mentioned, there was the sulfur dioxide regulation and CO2 regulation, as well as other regulations. So there are visions for the 2030 and 2050. And in order to respond to those visions, at that time, there was this big plan announced in the IMO meeting. And in locations like Asia and North America, they are coming up with new plans and policies for the change. So 3 years ago, I thought that we can implement such policies gradually, but now the change is rather faster than our implementation. And I've always been highlighting these kind of characteristic and factors. So the plans 20 years ago and 50 years ago, we had those kind of plans, but now we have to come up with plans that reaches up to 100 years later on. So 30 years ago, LNG came into our doorstep, and now we are trying to respond to other elements like ammonia. And a few years ago, the industry insiders said that we have to concentrate on LNG, and now we are turning into methane, and now we are also talking about hydrogen. So, like other speakers mentioned, I think our changes can be classified into 3 different frameworks. This tells us that whether it's ports or shipbuilding industry or whatever it is, the humanity is facing a great change and opportunity as well as risk. So just like Professor Ko mentioned, due to environmental regulations, the price of the vessels has changed. So 3 years ago, let's say about $30 million costed for the vessels, but now the price has increased. So it is an increase of twofold. And this has led to the great revenue for the shipbuilding industry, but there are some losses for the shipbuilding industry. And because the LNG vessels of the past and now is very different from the very fundamental point. And this trend will like to prolong in the future as well. So when in terms of economical aspect, when you think about the diesel and LNG, there are some changes in the economic revenue. So for the next 20 years, we have to think about what kind of elements we have to use for the vessel operation. And there are also some international regulations that we have to think about. Recently in 2D, it has announced for the green transformation and environmental friendly vessels investment. Second, depending on the digital transformation, the energy efficiency index will dramatically change. If you look at the 2030 and 2040, EXI will not be able to meet our goals. And third, the unmanned control vessel is now coming to our doorstep as well. There are about 200 unmanned vessels being launched. And when I say this autonomous vessels, I do not mean that they are totally controlled by AI. And because we are in the situation where every controlling system is now turning digital, there are some controversies surrounding the shipbuilding industry. And because the production talents only increased by 50%, the talents in the expertise increase by 100%. So there is a significant gap between those labor and human talents. And so far, there has been great environmental issues with various chemical elements, and now we also need to respond to greenhouse gas emissions. So that is why we have to turn to hydrogen as well as ammonia. So that was my overall briefing on the vessels in Korea. So about 7,000 vessels are under operation, and about 2,500 vessels are turning environmental friendly vessels. And among these vessels, we have LNG vessels and other methane-driven vessels as well. There are a great increase in the number of environmental friendly green vessels as well. And compared to the past, about 154 environmental friendly vessels will be supplied. And as for the LPG vessels, about 140 vessels will be supplied. As for the LNG, about 130 vessels were supplied. So if we think about these environmental friendly vessels, it is becoming the new norm. And LNG, LPG vessels, ammonia vessels are now gaining attention. And these vessels are filling up the decks of the Korean ports. So from this perspective, what we really need to think about is there are various serious challenges ahead. So in terms of our technology, we have the tool to respond to this digitalization. And LNG and methane fuels are coming to their end. And by the end of next year, ammonia will be adopted for the vessels. And several maritime companies are supplying these kind of environmental friendly vessels starting from 2025. And in some parts of the world, there are countries that are turning into ammonia-driven vessels as well. I'm going to visit Japan tomorrow, and I'm going to visit the Ministry of Transport, and I'm going to see the ammonia-fueled vessels there. And various new elements are coming up for the vessel fuels. And there are also vessels driven by ammonia and biomethane as well. And we also have hybrid fuels, that is, mixing these kind of fuels together. Additionally, we can also think about the electric fuels as well. However, those kind of fuels will only be adopted to the small vessels for now. At the current moment, we have to respond to such changes, and the shipbuilding companies are supplying a huge number of container ships. And in China, about 50 ships are getting built, and other ships are being built in other countries as well. And this can also pose a risk to our shipping industry as well. So from this perspective, I think we should not stay idle by. I think as someone who is working at the maritime industry as well as the shipping industry as well as shipbuilding industry, I think we have to take these kind of things into consideration. What we are focusing is how we are going to reduce the OTEX as well as other things. So there are technologies that was created by Korea, and Korea has the tools to respond to these challenges. However, we have to think about how we are going to reduce the OPEX and how we are going to pioneer the shipping industry as well. This is a very important industry. So there was this great issue recently in Japan that came to the surface. Those are 5 elements. And I have been talking about this in various conferences. Because we are running out of time, I think there are 5 things that we need to focus on. Nowadays, shipbuilding companies do not only create these ships and vessels, but they are rather turning into digitalization company. From process to welding, all of them is turning digital. So if you go to the shipbuilding companies in Busan, you can see there are a massive amount of ships getting built to be supplied to other parts of the world. So to respond to such supply, like other speakers mentioned before me, we have to come up with new workers and talents who will manage those excessive amount of vessels. And this kind of system is being run by the AI and other digital technology, but we also need human labor to meet those demands. So I have another conference on Saturday, and there were about 800 guests. However, these people cannot actually explicitly criticize the issues of the current industry. The thing is that if there is a one issue at one part of the maritime industry, then other industries like shipbuilding and shipping industry can also be influenced and impacted. So, in that regard, we have to think about how we are going to respond to the energy crisis and greenhouse gas emissions. And also, I'm an advisor to the Ministry of Oceans and Fisheries. And as we are turning into decarbonization, all of the system is now changing at a very fast pace. And new chemical elements like ammonia, fuels like biomethane need new regulations, and at a very fast speed, we have to come up with new regulations and legal frameworks for these kind of new fuels. Now, other speakers also mentioned about this, but lastly, there are no clusters for the Korean ports right now. So there are 3 cluster ports in Europe, and there are these clusters in other countries where experts come together to discuss about the future of the maritime industry. Now, Korea needs this kind of cluster community to respond to the future crisis. So other than the Saturday conference that we usually have with other businesses and business insiders, we have to make and establish this new cluster community for the Korea's shipping industry. And I think right now we shouldn't blame anyone else. In order to adapt to these challenges, we have to make utmost efforts and come together to bring change. By doing so, we'll be able to follow up and catch up the global trends of shipbuilding industry, shipping industry, as well as logistic industry. So we have to come up with certain measures and responses. Without them, our Korean industry and maritime industry will become really unstable. So that comes to the end of my presentation. Thank you.
Thank you. As you just heard, 2D is a big issue in the shipbuilding industry. After we listened to the three panelists, we were going to have a discussion between the panelists and the presenters, but due to time constraints, I apologize that we're not going to be able to have that kind of session today. So maybe if anyone in the in the audience has a question, we would like to take one question. Okay, we see one gentleman raising his hand. Hello, thank you. I would like to talk about environment-friendly energy source and nuclear power. And one of the difficult problems is how to deal with nuclear waste. Well, in our country, it's not allowed, but in other countries, recycling nuclear waste is a whole industry that's been developed. So whenever ships come and go, if it's possible to export nuclear waste, then maybe it can solve a problem with developing nuclear waste ships. Do you think there are any regulations that may clash with that?
Well, sorry, but I'm not able to touch upon the nuclear waste right now here. But in that industry, there has been an investment in the US as well. But when it comes to SMR, I think the real problem is that technologies like carbon congestion, ammonia, and biomethane, these kind of things are the big issues in the international community. However, we're not ready for these kind of fuels. Also, we'll need a numerous amount of money to run this fuel. And although we develop nuclear fuels, the international regulations against those fuels is really severe. So we cannot actually come up with nuclear-powered vessels for now. However, we are doing research for the nuclear vessels, and we are also doing various studies regarding those kind of fuels. But however, it was kind of difficult for me to answer about this nuclear waste for now. So regarding the nuclear waste, I have been doing studies for several years, but I believe that there are some cases in France regarding nuclear vessels, and in Japan, there were some cases where vessels exported nuclear waste to other countries, such as Europe. But for Korea, we cannot export nuclear waste for now. And moving the vessels by using the nuclear power is getting the attention of various businesses and companies, but we still need to closely review about this nuclear power for now, in Korea at least. So because we're running out of time, I think we have to come to the end of this session. Before my topic presentation, I mentioned that there will be challenges for the marine industry. The US put Robert Frost mentioned the following. And he said, the best way out is always through. I'm not going to add my comments on this quote because you probably understand what this message means to us. I would like to express my gratitude to the speakers coming in from online, Professor Stofford and Professor Thiel. And also, I would like to wish for the health of Professor Martin Stofford. Once again, thank you for staying tuned till the very end, everyone. Thank you very much. Thank you.
Had the session 1 Maritime Logistics. Chair and the panelists and the presenters, thank you very much for your valuable insights. We only had a limited time and they were able to share many great ideas in that short time. So now we would like to have a brief break and we will be back again at 3:30 for the next session. Please use this break to take a look at the other activities that are happening in Grand Ballroom A. We have Nam Sang-yeon, professor of Seoul National University, who will be providing a special lecture. So please stay tuned, and we will reconvene at 3:30 in this ballroom for the next session. Thank you.
제4회 인천 국제해양포럼에 참석해 주신 여러분들께 잠시 안내 말씀드립니다.
I would like to make a brief announcement to all the attendees. From 3:30 onwards, Session 2 of today's forum will begin. Session 2 is on marine tourism. Please come into Grand Ballroom B and C to take your seat before we begin. The fourth IIOF is an environmental friendly forum. In order to reduce carbon footprints as much as possible, we did not create paper-based handouts. Instead, if you scan the QR code at the top of the leaflet, you can download the presentation material online. Also, for your convenience, we provide free Wi-Fi for this forum. You can find the Wi-Fi address on the screen right now. And to ensure a smooth event, please turn your mobile phones to vibration mode, and please fill the seats from the front. Thank you. Also, this forum provides simultaneous interpretation into Korean and English. If you require interpretation service, please wear a receiver and set to channel 1 for Korean and channel 2 for English. If you don't have a receiver, you can find one at the desk that is located at the back of the venue. Thank you.
네, 다시 어느 바다 새로운 변화.
The world calls the ocean waves. The fourth IIOF is happening today. Today is day 1. We will reconvene at 3:40 for the next session. Please take your seats and get ready for the next session. The next session is about marine tourism under the theme of cruise tourism and maritime tourism to resume. We are providing simultaneous interpretation service again. I know that some of you are just arriving here. We have placed receivers on your tables, so please adjust your receiver to channel 1 for Korean interpretation. We will shortly begin session 2. Thank you.
네, 자 이제 약속드린 시간이 되었습니다.
Now it's time to begin our next session. This is session 2 of the forum. It is a section on marine tourism under the slogan of cruise tourism and maritime tourism to resume. We have 2 presenters who will be presenting today as well as 3 panelists and 1 chair. This theme itself is very exciting, cruise tourism and maritime tourism to resume. We will be inviting Dean Lee Hoon with Hanyang University Graduate School of International Tourism as chair for this session. Mr. Lee, please come onto the stage and everyone welcome him with a big hand.
Good afternoon, everyone. I am Professor Lee-hoon of Hanyang University. I would like to welcome everyone for participating in this year's IIOF. For this session, we'll be talking about marine tourism. So far, due to the COVID-19 pandemic, the world has been blocked by barriers and the movement came to a halt. But starting this year, we are going to make a new leap forward and we are reopening our borders. And I think it is very timely for us to hold this kind of event this year, and it is really an honor for us to have this event. Sea was the home to many lives, and through the ocean there has been a great movements, and I think this has pushed forward the development of our civilization. So we traveled across the sea, and there were some movements across the sea as well. Now, there are various economic activities centering around the oceans. And if we look at the marine economy, there is the statistical results that the number 1 economy in this industry is tourism. And if we compare the number of clicks on the search engine, there has been a large number of search engine clicks for the sea and the tourism. So this shows us that the ocean itself is a target of tourism, and it provides us with a relaxation experience for the tourism. In this sense, the title, Cruise Tourism and Maritime Tourism to Resume, is a very fitting title for the session. So we have 2 speakers and 3 panelists for the discussion. First speaker is Chairman Zinan Liu of Royal Caribbean Cruise. He is the chairman of the Asia branch. And Royal Caribbean Cruise is the biggest cruise company around the world. So, Mr. Liu will talk about the changes in the cruise industry as well as the prospect for the future. Professor Park Chang-hwan is participating in the project to create a multi-complex maritime leisure construction with the cooperation of the Ministry of Oceans and Fisheries. Through his presentation, we'll be able to witness how the Korea's maritime tourism will change and unfold in the future. As for the 3 panelists of the discussion, I will introduce them later on. Once again, I welcome every participant coming to the IIOF, and I hope that today's forum can provide a new opportunity for us to look at the ocean from a different perspective. Thank you very much. Thank you for your comments. He talked about the background for this session, and it really makes us to look forward to this session. So let me introduce the first speaker, Chairman Zinan Liu of Royal Caribbean Cruise of the Asian branch. He is logging in from Zoom. Today's topic is Return of International Cruises. Mr. Liu?
Thank you, the conference organizer, for inviting me to give a short speech to this conference. And thank you for Professor Lee's introduction, and also thank you for the audience to give your precious time to listening to my speech. So my topic is about the resumption of international cruises on a worldwide basis, and also I will talk about the return of international cruises in this region. Also I will touch upon the topics of sustainability, because this is also a commitment made by the whole global cruise industry to the world. We're not just delivering the best cruise experience, but also make sure we deliver the best guest experience responsibly, meaning that we will pay great attention to preserving the ocean and preserving the nature, right? So first of all, we all remember still vividly in February 2020, when the Diamond Princess, the incident, right? And we from the wide media coverage, we know the massive infection on board. So it became a headline, the breaking news and headlining news at that time, so that everybody has a very negative image about international cruising, right? And then many believe, right, the future for international cruises will be very, very different. And many believe that international cruises, if can survive, but will not return to the original status, right? So, but at that time, also people in the industry, including myself, believe that the international cruises will return, because we believe the pandemic is not going to change the basic human nature, basic human instinct, which is that for the gathering between the relatives, the friends, and the connection with the society. If this basic human nature is not going to change, international cruises will return, right? So after 3.5 years, let's look at what happened to the international cruise industry. First of all, let's look at the page 1, page 3. Can I turn to the page 3? Yes, thank you. No, the page 3, please. Yes, thank you. So, first of all, I would like to share the statistics by CLEAR, right? And as you can see, the first panel, that when asked the past guests of the international cruise vacations, right? 80% of them say they will cruise again, right? Compared to the pre-COVID level, pre-pandemic level, there is a 6% increase. So this is very positive, right? So actually, more people want to take a cruise again, right? Compared to the before the pandemic, right? And also, we will see from the the graph that we see the from 2022 to 2028, the cruise industry is going to increase the capacity from 746,000 lower berths to there will be 19% of a capacity increase between 2022 and 2028, right? Meaning that the lower berth capacity in total will be increased by the 746,000, right? So this is the between the existing demand and the capacity, the new capacity, right? So in between there is a gap, that's 4 million guests. So we need additional 4 million new guests, meaning those are new to cruise, those people who have never taken cruises before, right? In order to have this 4 million additional demand to meet the capacity grade, the gap between the capacity, new capacity and the existing demand, that we need a 1% increase in the first cruiser, right? First cruiser, and this is very much deliverable, right? So this is the key message of this page. Next page, please. The next page is basically is a kind of a forecast for the next few years. The next few years from 2023 to 2027, right? The forecast growth of the international cruise industry, right? And we know that before COVID, the total demand for the industry is close to 30 million, right? 30 million. In 2020 and 2021, of course, it dropped dramatically, right? Including 2022, although the international cruise industry start to return from late 2020, but in 2020 and 2021, the resumption of international cruises are basically were taking place under constraint, those protocol constraint and the restrictions. So it returned very slowly. But after summer of 2021, the resumption cruises gathering pace and become faster and faster. So you see that in 2020, by the end of 2020, there are in total 20 million the gas took a cruise, right? Then in 2023, right, if you look at the first half of the year, we already see that there will be a strong bounce back to more than the pre-COVID level. So it is predicted that this year's total gas volume will be 31.5 million, right? And then it will continue to increase, right, throughout to 2027. The left panel is basically try to forecast with a different scenario. That's a pessimistic case, optimistic case, and a baseline. But you can see that even in 2024, the pessimistic case, the demand will be exceeding the pre-pandemic level. So this is the sentiment, the outlook from the industry perspective, right? So how to explain the strong bounce back, right? The strong bounce back mainly driven by North American market, which is the largest cruise market, and secondly also driven by other markets like Europe, the Australian, the market, right? Asian market came back at is the last the cruise market, regional market coming back, right? And the strong bounce back is mainly driven by North American market and other market. There are I believe there are two reasons for this. One is this sort of a pent-up demand, right? People have not taken cruises or taken the normal vacation for more than 3 years, right? So people want to go back to the normal. People want to have the cruise vacation, right? So there is a pent-up demand. But this is the only one reason. There's another reason in the North American market is that compared to other vacation methods, the cruise vacation has a high good value for money. For instance, compared to the resort hotel, before pandemic, cruise vacation is something like 15% cheaper, less expensive. But after the pandemic today, the cruise vacation is 25%, the lower than the cost of the resort hotel. So this is also kind of a drive demand, right? Shift demand from other vacation, right? So basically two reasons. One is the economy, right? Strong bounce back of the economy, right? And which drives the total demand. Second is a demand shift from other vacations. Okay, this is about the global industry at a glimpse. So now I wanted to talk about Royal Caribbean, which is the largest international cruise group or operator measured by the market capitalization. Although in terms of fleet size, we are not the largest, right? We are the second largest. The total group, we have about 63 ships. But if we talk about the market capitalization, Royal Caribbean Group is the largest, the cruise vacation group. So here I want to make some correction about on the market capitalization figures. Can we move on to next page? And one more. Yeah, this is about talking about the earning result publicized in Q1, and you can see that in the middle the panel you see the market capitalization figure of the three largest listed cruise operator or group. Number one is Royal, second is Carnival, number three is NCL. But the data are not the most updated because the stock price of these three group increased significantly So the latest figure for Royal, the market capitalization is at about 26 billion. For Carnival Group is about 24 billion. For the NCL is 9.4 billion, right? So this is a strong support for my earliest statement, right? The strong bounce back of the cruise industry. So this is about the Royal, right? Next page, please. As I mentioned at the beginning of my speech, that we will not only deliver the best experience for our guests, but also we will deliver the experience responsibly, right? So we have the tagline, see the future, right? So S stands for sustainability, sustaining our planet, right? And the E, stand for energizing the communities, right? And the A, means accelerating the innovation, right? So this is the mission of the Royal Caribbean Group, right? For sustaining the planet, right? What we are committed to do is that we will continue the journey of energy management by decarbonization, right? We were reducing the waste, right? And because of the cruise ship is a floating city, floating resort, right? It produces the waste like a city, so that we need to reduce the waste, right? And to the sea. And also we will manage the water. This means that we will do the recycling, the used water, right? And also we will have a sustainable sourcing. So we manage the purchasing from the source, make sure they are from very green sources, right? And finally, is the protecting the biodiversity, right? The sea life, right? The second point is that we're supporting our community, right? Like the community in our destination, right? And a good example is that we have done a lot in the Caribbean area, and which is the major cruise sales region in the world. But we also do similar things in Europe and other parts of the world. And the third part of our mission is the innovation, right? Cruise industry is probably the most innovative industry in the travel and hospitality industry. Why this is the case? Because this is a competitive industry, right? And the cruise operator survive and develop by innovation, right? If they stop innovation, they are not going to survive, right? They're not going to develop their business. So that this is driven by the competitive environment. But on the other hand, the competition in the cruise market is not a throat-cutting competition, and as long as the cruise companies deliver good experience, they still had a good return on capital, and this return on capital enables them to innovate, right? So in terms of innovation, the Royal Caribbean Group is probably the best the innovator, right? This is the demonstrable by our new generation of cruise ships, right? Next page, please. So we would like to talk about the Icon class. You know that the Royal Caribbean has been the cruise company producing the largest cruise ship in the world, right? From the oasis of the sea. I mean, we actually invented this mag ship concept, right? And we believe the mag ship, because of a larger space, that we can create more the entertainment features, right? Deliver better experience. So this is the concept invented by us starting from 1990, right? The first ship, is a sovereignty of the seas, right? And then later on, the other cruise company also followed. They also start to produce they built the mag ship. But the Royal Caribbean has been the one who kept and built and renewed the world record of largest cruise ship in the world. So, for instance, the existing at the current stage, the largest cruise ship is Oasis class, right? The first cruise ship, Oasis class ship, is Oasis of the Seas, built in 2009. Then the second ship is Allure of the Sea, built in 2010. So Oasis class has managed to capture the world record of the largest cruise ship for more than 13 years. And nobody has managed to break the world record. If you look at the next 10 years on the order book, no ships has built, no cruise company has built a larger cruise ship than Oasis class, right? The only exception is made by Royal Caribbean itself, that at the end of this year or the beginning of next year, Icon of the Sea will be launched, and the total gross tonnage is 250,000 compared to 238,000 gross tonnage of Oasis classes. So Icon of the Seas will become the largest cruise ship in the world. So Royal Caribbean is the company which create world record. It is also the company to break this the record created by herself, right? So let's quickly look at the features of the Icon class. It's not just the largest cruise ship. It is also the most innovative ship. Can we go to the next page? I'm not going to too much detail. I mean, you can find the exciting features of Icon class from the internet. But basically, that we have in total we have 8 neighborhoods. Three neighborhoods are relatively are known to everybody, like a Central Park, right, like a Royal Promenade, like a Sweet Neighborhood, right? You can see these things on the Oasis class and other classes of the Royal Caribbean ship. But then we have added 5 new brand new neighborhoods, which is Thrill Island, Chill Island, the Hideaway, the Surfside, Aquadome, and the Aquadome, the 5 new neighborhoods. So I just want to make some short statement, right, to say what makes this Icon class so exciting. Is that we know that if we look at the vacation, the features, right? People go to vacation for these 3 reasons. Number one, they want to go to seaside, right? They want to have a good the seaside experience, the beach, the seawater, right, or the water activities. Number 2, they go to vacation. They go to the theme park, right? And the number 3, they go to the vacation for the theme park, resort, go to the resort, right? Resort hotel. So Icon class basically combine all these 3 essential features of a vacation, right? It is a seaside, so you have a lot of pools on the ship that the people, when they can enjoy the beach experience on cruise ship in the middle of the ocean. People can also enjoy the theme park experience, and the different people have a different theme park experience. For instance, Surfside is a design for family with young kids, right? So different people have a different neighborhoods, right? So it's the largest cruise ship, but people don't feel it's crowded, and people can find their own vacations because there are different cultures, different the neighborhoods, right? So the Archive basically combining all these three basic features of the thing. Finally, I would like to talk about the resumption cruises in this region. I'm going to talk about the China, which is the largest sourcing market in the region. It drives up the demand for cruising to South Korea and Japan before the COVID. As you know, China is the first country suspend cruising. It is also the last country they resume the cruises, right? And so government give it a green light, right? And also there are some domestic cruise ship already restarted. And the Royal Caribbean is the. Can we turn to the page? Can we turn to the page 13? Right. Yes, please. Yeah. Okay. So, so Royal Caribbean is the first international cruise company, right, which made an announcement they will return to Northeast Asia next year. That the Spectrum of the Sea will be deployed from Shanghai and then sail to the neighboring countries. We are hoping by then we will be able to sail to South Korea as well, because we know that since 2017 that all the cruises have been cancelled to South Korea, and that we can only cruise to Japan, right? But now we are able to return to Japan, right? And the Royal Caribbean is the first international cruise company which has announced the deployment, right, from the 27th of April next year, throughout the year, from Shanghai and from Hong Kong. The other companies like the CMG Viking, the Blue Dream, Adora, they will also probably return. And Adora is a joint venture, right? They are still building the cruise ship, right? And the CM Viking and the Blue Dream already resumed the cruises from Shanghai to Japan. So the question now is when the Korea will be back. So we are all looking forward to be able to cruise to South Korea again, right? It's been many years, and so we need to work together. And because the Japan and the South Korea used to be the most frequently traveled destination by Chinese and also by international guests flying to China. So we hope that this day will come, right? And so this is the end of my speech. Thank you for your attention. Thank you.
네, 회장님 발표 잘 들었습니다. 첫 번째
Thank you again for the presentation. That was the first presentation of our session. And now more discussions await. Now we're ready for the second presentation of the session by Professor Park Chang-hwan of Dongso University. He will be talking about an ocean crossing the line to revolutionize the city with public values. Please welcome Professor Park with a warm round of applause.
네, 안녕하세요. 소개받은
Good
동서대학교.
afternoon. My name is Park Chang-hwan. I'm the professor at Dongso University. My presentation today is titled An Ocean Crossing the Line to Revolutionize the City with Public Values. I showed this to some other people and they thought it looked a little political because of the bold-faced words, but please make sure that you look at the other words as well. I'm sure that these days you've heard a lot of people say don't cross the line, right? But what it really means is this. We are the ones who define the boundaries of everything. Well, when we talk about these boundaries, do they help us feel stable? Yes, they do. But when these changes happen very quickly, these boundaries or lines actually might serve as barriers to us in some circumstances. And especially after COVID-19 and this changing tourism environment, we need to think about whether this applies to marine tourism's post-COVID as well. So that is the theme of my presentation today. A French economist, Saccard, once said that in critical moments of world history, there was always the ocean. Well, there are a few things that I've pointed out here, but other than these, there were many revolutions and innovations that happened through ocean throughout history, and the world urban population is projected to increase until 2035 around the ocean. So within this context, let's think about the city Incheon. Incheon is the only city in Korea where the population is projected to increase until 2035, while Seoul and Busan will be seeing a decrease in their population. What this means is this is the reason that we're having this forum. And if you look at the advanced countries around the world, they actually invest a large amount of money into oceans because of this, and they are increasing their ocean competitiveness that way. Unfortunately, Busan ranked 4th in marine technology in 2019, and 2022 they ranked 3rd. This is the very reason why we're hosting this forum in Incheon. This is the next task for Incheon. As such, advanced countries like these focus on the ocean for these two reasons. First, we need to think about blue economy. In the context of blue economy, 5% of the world's GDP comes from the ocean, and 7% of world employment comes from oceans. And also, if we look at tourism, which is our topic for my presentation, 80% of world tourism is focused on oceans, and marine tourism industry produces $134 billion every year in revenue. So if you limit this to just Asia and in Indian Ocean, ocean tourism has a big value. Indian Ocean is known for its long coastal lines as well as temperate climate, which is very attractive to tourists. And in order to attract many tourists, many countries and cities are receiving help from the private sector. And they have many strategies to encourage private investment through many kinds of incentives, like tax benefits or government direct support, infrastructure support, management support, etc., make many cities and countries more appealing and attractive to many tourists. As such, in the past 50 years, when we say marine tourism city or marine leisure city, we think of these images. They are based, some of them are bigger, like complex, multi-complex leisure complexes, and then others, there are some other nature-based cities. And also in some cities, they have many dynamic activities around the ocean. And these kinds of achievements were possible because of this development paradigm. It's called mixed use development. So this applies when we develop a tourism city. And when we try to develop a marine tourism city, we create an interface that connects the ocean, the beaches, and the land. This is a complex development paradigm. And in conjunction with that, there are preconditions to forming a city. And these also apply to marine cities. And they come into one set. So this is what is being applied to our country as well as other countries in the world. So through this kind of paradigm, we have achieved many successes. And through these, we have achieved urbanization. Urbanization includes urban regeneration, port development, leisure, resort development, etc. All of these link together to create positive benefits. And at the same time, for me, as someone who majors in tourism, I see a lot of weaknesses still. We need to strengthen the core of tourism and also increase the efficiency of transportation and create a single market. These are the benefits of urbanization, but at the same time, urbanization brings some disadvantage as well. For example, the cities become too similar to each other. And in Korea, many local governments are pursuing these kinds of policies based on the ocean. And if you look at them, they're actually very similar. And for the past 20 to 30 years, they have remained very similar with very little change. If you look at cities like Incheon, Busan, Yeosu, Poryong, and Gangneung, I'm not trying to point out specific cities, but if you look at them, do you really see much difference? I'm sure not. So these composing factors include development direction. This might sound a little bit too philosophical, but we can talk about a neoliberalism paradigm, which actually leads to fatigue on the part of people. So maybe we're trying to make it so that we can find leisure and rest from the ocean. So a lot of these cities focus on leisure and rest. And to make that happen, these cities all have leisure resorts and the same kinds of facilities. But because of that, now there are now too many boundaries that have been drawn across the ocean. Complex resorts. Within the complex resort, you can do all sorts of things. It's very convenient. You can find things that you usually use in the city, and at the same, you can find them in the city, but at the same time, you can find them in this ocean resort. But you don't go out of the resort. You don't look at the neighborhood because you can get everything you need from the resort. You don't have to leave the resort. So if you look at these resorts and islands and these boundaries, I think that we should encourage ourselves to try to cross these lines. So just like the slogan of today's forum, I have asked the ocean, "Ocean, what kind of values do you have?" And in order for us to cross these boundaries, what we need a common value that we need to pursue. What is that value in your perspective? That is the question that I asked the ocean. And he said, or she said, throughout history, seas have been open to everyone. It is called the high seas. It's not owned by anyone. It is a playground and it is a place of rest and is a place of creation for everyone in the world. It's not dominated by any single entity. It is a common resource that actually becomes a foundation of a country and a civilization and empire. And also through the oceans, we always imagine what is on the other side of the ocean, worlds that we have never been to, and we can play with the snow and play with the sand that ocean provides. And at the same time, the oceans provide solutions or common values that will help us solve issues of the society. So today we're going to be looking at these principle of the freedom of high seas. Let me cross one more boundary. I know that there are a lot of engineering-related issues being discussed in this forum, but I'm taking a rather philosophical and humanities approach, so I might sound very different, but this is what I want to say anyway. In order to comply with the freedom from the high seas, tourism should provide freedom in order for us to comply with the value of the freedom of the high seas. There are three kinds of freedom involved in this. First is freedom from something. Second is freedom to do something that I want to do. And third is the perceived freedom in that process. And depending on the context of the tourism, these happens in various forms. In the marine tourism these days, the conventional complex leisure resort is something that provides us freedom to escape from our ordinary lives. Then, so in conjunction with that, does it provide us freedom to choose whatever we want to do? Yes. And at the same time, there are two issues involved in that. In order for us to realize the freedom, we think it's easy, but there are different levels of capacity for different individuals. Not everyone can do the same thing. So in order to achieve that kind of individual freedom, you have to take into account many circumstances. And I will go into more detail on the next slides. And the second issue is when it comes to realizing this kind of individual freedom, is it some kind of mutual, is it a freedom that we can have a mutual consensus on?
So when we think about the value of the maritime tourism freedom, I think we can think of it as two perspectives. So first is the perspective or the aspect of action, and the second is aspect of fundamentals. So there are three freedoms under the aspect of actions, and those are psychological freedom, action freedom, and community freedom. And to realize all of these, we have fundamental preconditions, and those are creating environment with the freedom values and creating laws and regulations for such values. Let me explain and introduce several examples. So first, we have this region called Muğla in Turkey. It has created an accessible beach for the disabled. So these kind of people can ride a wheelchair and enjoy the sea. And also, this is a partial example, but I believe that the example of Muğla shows us that it can address our desire or the desire of the disabled to enjoy the ocean. So, in other words, marine tourism in which everyone can enjoy should be established. Now, second, when it comes to theme parks or very high-end facilities where we have to pay an expensive cost, we have to address such issues so that everyone can access to such infrastructure. In Okinawa, there are these big playgrounds, and this is a very attractive tourism spot even for the tourists in Korea. And we also have this indoor theme parks. It is really important for us to provide a playground experience for the users, but we also need to think about how we can provide those kind of experiences at the sea. Nowadays, many people do not plan thoroughly for the tourism and travel. They just spontaneously go for the trip. So we have to think about whether the marine tourism is accessible to everyone whenever they want. So as for the Phuket of the Vietnam, it has lifted the barriers of the visa for the tourism. So this kind of example shows us that it is really important for us to lift the barriers and regulations. So I'm pretty sure that Incheon can become an exception, but many of the tourism spots adjacent to sea has low accessibility. So we have to think about the transportation and securing those transportation and mobility for the people to access to the marine areas. Lastly, policies of the marine tourism has to focus not only in the self-realization but also for the freedom of the community. We have to ask those kind of questions to us. This is a floating Salawaku of Indonesia. It was built to address religious conflict between the two groups. So as these two groups share the space and values, the city can expand itself. By the mutual interactions between the two groups, it can enhance the overall infrastructure of the tourism. Moreover, it can enable the mutual interactions between the two groups as one kind of a village. And this kind of thing can provide a new demand and supply, but not only that, it will become a new lifestyle where everyone can enjoy. So, to move on, there is a big difference between Europe and Korea. As for the Europe, many tourism spots are centered around churches, but as for Korea, many spots are created centering around the roads and streets. So Korea has an urban system where it is centered around roads and streets. But with the expansion of this space, we'll be able to see and enjoy the connection of the sea and the land. Going beyond, when we think about how we can gather the people, you can take the example of the Vancouver's waterfront park. So it shows a very friendly waterfront areas where the tourists can interact with the ocean. And it also conveys the identity of the city. And on the right, you can see this infrastructure which resembles a deck, which is the identity of Vancouver. And we also have Mori Park Outdoor Village of Japan. This may seem like an ordinary outlet, but it's rather a flagship store village where every stores are gathered together. Many tourists come a long way to buy new products here. They not only sell outfits or apparels, but the tourists can enjoy leisure activities as well. And by utilizing such types of tourism spots, there are various pop-up stores nowadays which can attract many tourists. Like I've mentioned earlier, the structure of our city is very vastly spread across. But as time passes, this structure has turned into a vertical type. So you can often find elevators in our cities, but in order to fragment such congested space, we have to think about the horizontal way of producing theme parks and marine tourism spots. And also, we have to think about how we can attract the tourist by delivering the identity of the local regions. So those kind of hotels are shown on this slide. So I would like to conclude my presentation. This is the photo that I took. When I got the call that I have to give the presentation on today's forum, I was walking the Haeundae of Busan because I'm living in Busan. So I was asking to the ocean and I was looking into the ocean, and the ocean answered me back like the following. So as you can see in the ocean, there are no large infrastructures, there are no playgrounds, but the people here are enjoying the sea with the sand. And as you can see, the people are playing with the net in the middle. So it really shows that after the COVID-19 outbreak, our marine tourism has to center around common values where everyone can enjoy. And at the core of this tourism, we have to think about what kind of value we have to realize. That comes to the end of my presentation. Thank you very much. Thank you, Professor, for your presentation. That was the second presentation for the marine tourism session. We have listened to the presentation of the two speakers. So after we clean up the stage, we'll bring the panelists up to the stage and invite our moderator. The marine tourism experts are coming together and have gathered together to discuss various issues. Today is the first day of the fourth IIOF, and right now we have come to the last session of today's event. So we are really running out of time because the topics and the presentations are really rich. So after the end of the COVID-19, the marine tourism is resuming and opening its gate. I believe that today's forum can become a venue where we can discuss such things. So other than today's events here, we also have additional exhibitions and events. After the discussion, I believe that we still have enough amount of time, so we will receive questions from the audience. Today's forum is being conducted in a hybrid format. So over the 2 days, we are going to proceed our forum in this format. And not only the experts, but ordinary people can come together and share their ideas. So I think the stage is all ready. So for the discussion, I will invite the speakers and panelists to the stage. So we have Chair Lee-hoon, the Dean of Hanyang University Graduate School of International Tourism, and Professor Park Chang-won of Dongso University, Professor Jung Jin-young of Incheon University, Director Choi Sun of Korean Maritime Institute, and Senior Research Fellow Shin Jin-bum of the Incheon Institute. We'll invite them to the stage. And we also have Chairman Zinan Liu of Loyal Caribbean Cruise participating via online. Now I'll hand over the microphone to the moderator. Please give them a big round of applause.
좋은 두 분의 발제가 있었는데요.
We listened to the two speakers. It was a very interesting topic. And because this session's theme is marine tourism, many people pay their attention, and it also includes a very interesting topics and ideas. As for the Chairman Liu, he mentioned that the cruise is to resume. The cruise industry had difficulties during the COVID-19, but in the future, he mentioned that there is a great potential for the cruise industry. As for Professor Park's presentation, he talked about the concept of freedom in the marine tourism. And with this freedom, he stressed the importance of the freedom of the community, including the freedom of an individual. So it is really important to gather and collect people to enjoy the tourism, and not only the tourists, but we can also invite the local residents so that both the tourists and local residents can share the tourism spots together. And in a philosophical way, Professor Park explained this idea very well. So here at the venue, we have Chairman Zinan Liu here with us via Zoom. So we're going to receive the questions on the audience. So, Mr. Chairman, I'll ask you two questions. First, as we experienced the COVID-19, many people were concerned. Many people were concerned about the disease within the cruise ship because it spread really fastly. But afterwards, many people still fear whether cruise travel will be safe because the disease tends to spread quickly in the cruise ship. So in terms of hygiene and safety, what kind of responses do Royal Caribbean Cruise have? And as for the second question, if you think about the Incheon port, there are other port cities in Korea. And as for those cities, these kind of cruise ships can arrive to the port cities in Korea. So in order for those cruise ships to arrive at the Korean city ports, then I think there should be some support from the Korean government and the municipalities. What kind of support will be ideal?
Okay. I think I need to be unmuted, right? Can you hear me?
Yeah.
Yes. Can you hear me?
예, 잘 들리고 있습니다.
Yes, we can hear you well.
Okay, yeah, okay. Thank you for the two questions. Question number one, at the outbreak of the pandemic, right? Everybody is worried about the safety of cruise ship, right? And after 3.5 years, I believe there's still some people worried about the safety of the cruise ship, right? But this sort of a misgivings and concerns is no longer a major barrier to cruising. So you see the strong desire from past guests and also strong guests from new to cruise, right? People are not worried about this. So we don't see that this sort of a misgiving has caused a problem, right? Let me explain why. Because the pandemic also changed our perception about the virus, right? And also about our perception about the way to deal with the virus, right? If cruise ship is unsafe because it's a place people gathering together, right? Then equally, the office is not safe, school is not safe, shopping mall is not safe, right? Everywhere people are gathering is not safe. So without the effective vaccines, the only way people can protect themselves is to lock them down, like we did in China, lock down people in house, in hospital. But this is not sustainable, right? So after 3.5 years, even Chinese, right, who has been coping with the zero COVID policy for so many years, they now realize, they realize, right, you have to coexist with the virus, right? So this is my answer to the question one. So as far as the cruise industry is concerned, this is no longer, I mean, many people still feel the same as the first time they heard about the news about the Diamond Princess, right? There are people that they're concerned. They probably would not take a cruise, right? Maybe they will never change their mind. Maybe they will change. But this proportion of people is no longer impact the demand. And we have no, I don't think this is a serious issue, right? So this is the one. This is not because the yes, we done a lot, right? We established very sophisticated protocols, right? And we have, for instance, we have the sophisticated air conditioning the system, the circulation system. That is, we ensure the air, the fresh air, 100% fresh air into the room, and 100% exhausted air went out of the room, right? So there's no cross contamination, right? We have things like that, right? But this is not going to solve all the problem, right? I mean, people have to change the perception, right? If they don't want to go to the cruise ship simply because the likelihood of being infected, right? For the same reason, they will not go to school, not go to the office. They will not travel at all. Aircraft is even more unsafe compared to cruise ship. Cruise ship is like a city. It's very spacious, right? If you look at especially look at the Royal Caribbean ship, Spectrum of the Sea, Oasis of the Seas, and Icon of the Seas, and you have no concern if you get inside the ship. So this is my answer to the first question. The second question is that I think the Korean government at the central level and both local level being very supportive for the development of cruise industry in many ways. Number one, you build the cruise ports in Incheon, in Busan, in Jeju, and in other ports. You welcome the visit by the international cruise ship. You also develop your destinations, create a good experience. You've done a lot. I think one thing we need to do together is that we need to work with the government, right? And to create pressure, right? For the opening the cruises to South Korea, right? This is the effort need to be made by us in China. There's also effort need to be made on South Korean side. So when your president made a visit, or your senior government officials meet the Chinese government officials, you should bring up this issue. We have been keep bringing up this issue here. So we need to work together on both sides. I think this is probably the most urgent the issue, right? And then the other things is that we need to work together, right? On the create the even better guest experience on the destination, right? In Seoul, in Incheon, in other Korean cities, South Korean cities, and I'm sure we will work together. We've been a partner with each other very well. We have confidence and we have faith in the Korean government at both local and central level. The other things, of course, then we will work together on the community and on the sustainability issue. I'm sure you will do so. All right. So this is my answer to the second question. Thank you.
네, 고맙습니다. 네.
Thank you very much. I believe that Chairman had many things to say. So now we'll delve into the discussion. Let me introduce the panelists for the discussion session. First, we have Professor Chun Jin-young of Incheon National University. He has abundant knowledge related to Incheon, and he's also joining various projects. And he's also going to talk about the MICE industry as well. And next, we have Director Choi Sun of the Korean Maritime Institute. She is a very dedicated figure in the maritime industry. And Ms. Choi will explain about the cruise ship industry and tourism. Lastly, we have Senior Research Fellow Sim Jin-bum of the Incheon Institute. He has many knowledge regarding Incheon tourism, and he also has various plans for the Incheon travel sectors. So the three speakers, if you look at them each, one of them is an expert in the marine tourism, and the other two will talk about the Incheon tourism as well as marine tourism. And also the presenter, Professor Park, I'm pretty sure that he has a thing to say, so we'll spare some time for Professor Park later on. So we'll begin with Ms. Choi. Hello, everyone. I am Director Choi Sun of the Korean Maritime Institute. I'm going to focus on two aspects for my presentation. So first, Chairman Liu talked about the global tourism and cruise market. For me, I'm going to focus on the tasks and challenges of Korea and Incheon. Second, Professor Park mentioned about the industry and cities, and related to those topics, I'm going to talk about the strategies for Korea and Incheon. So as you know, with the outbreak of the COVID-19, the most negative impact was fallen on the cruise market. I'm pretty sure that you have watched these kind of news in the media, and there was a great outbreak of the COVID-19 infectious patients in the Diamond Princess cruise ship at February 2020, and this led to the suspension of the international cruise movement. As for Korea, we also restricted the entrance of the cruise ships for 3 years. But starting from October 2022, we made sure that the cruise will resume. The government is cooperating with other surrounding countries, including Japan, China, and Taiwan, to attract more cruise ship activities. And we also hosted the Asia Cruise Cooperation Organization meeting to actively promote the resumption of the Asian cruise industry. In the domestic market, cruise ship arrivals resumed in spring 2023, starting with Sokcho port. And it is expected about 160 cruise ships arrivals will be made to the Korean shore. So already we can say that our cruise industry has already resumed to the pre-pandemic level. And according to the Cruise Lines International Association, it is expected that the industry figures of 2019 and 2023 is projected to increase by over 90% compared to 2023. And also, the demand for the consumptions are raising the expectations of various customers and consumers. But just like the Chairman Liu said, there are certain risks ahead of us as well. When it comes to Korea's cruise industry, I think we have to think about and focus on the internal issues. So when it comes to the South Korean cruise industry compared to other cruise industry around the world, the goal of the South Korean cruise market targets inbound tourists. So, as you know, the Chinese tourists coming into Korea, about 90% of them were Chinese. And due to the restriction on Chinese tourists following the deployment of THAAD in 2017, the industry already experienced a significant downturn prior to the COVID-19 pandemic. So the domestic cruise market, which revolves around port of call tourism, faces significant limitation in terms of securing competitiveness unless efforts are made to cultivate domestic demand for cruises and attract international cruise lines to domestic ports. Incheon has the Incheon Port Cruise Terminal, which is capable of accommodating the largest cruise ships in the world. However, despite having this facility, it has struggled to achieve significant performance since its opening. However, with the start of Mein Schiff's arrival, the cruise industry has begun in earnest. For Incheon to become the center of Korean cruise market, we have to take the advantage of Hallyu tourism based on its accessibility to the metropolitan area. This includes developing tourism products that align with travel trends, such as developing specialized tourism content unique to Incheon and creating differentiated cruise routes targeting Southeast Asia and Taiwan. Furthermore, it is necessary to continuously provide cruise tourism products centered around Incheon as a home port to lead the domestic cruise market with the metropolitan area as a support base. Next, I'm going to talk about the marine tourism and the urban system. Now, the tourism industry in South Korea is dominated by small and medium-sized enterprises, with 85.3% of businesses having annual revenues of less than 1 billion Korean won and 81.5% of companies employing fewer than 10 people. And in the field of marine tourism, Businesses with less than 10 employees account for 92% of the total, so there are more non-regular workers than regular workers in tourism sector here in Korea. However, just like Professor Park mentioned, as the demand for the marine tourism leisure activities is increasing, the diversification is occurring for the tourism sector and new expert and professional fields are being cultivated, but we still lack regulations and legal frameworks for these new fields. Because we do not have framework act for this kind of new fields, we still lack in regulation. So in terms of industry, we still have some limits for the development of the marine tourism. The government is continuously monitoring these kind of fields, and for the cultivation of the marine tourism, it is focusing on each type of the category of the marine tourism step by step. We will also need promotion for these tourism activities, and we will also need cooperation with the other ministries as well. And for the fostering of the marine tourism, we have to provide a support for the people to open their own business, as well as support for the R&D. In particular, when it comes to Incheon, like it has already been mentioned, Incheon is the city where it will lead the cruise industry of Korea. We can cultivate a human talent specialized and tailored to the cruise industry. And centering around Wangsan Marina, there are high demands for the marina travel spas. So we have to develop these kind of marinas across our country, and we also need the support. And lastly, I would like to talk about the city. Currently, Incheon, like any other maritime city, is growing through the development, decline, and regeneration of its port and the formation of urban areas in the hinterland. However, the development of a maritime city should go beyond economic efficiency and embody social, economic, cultural, and historical values that prioritize people's well-being in accordance with changing societal values. Incheon has already established a plan for creating a marine-friendly city and has a vision as a marine-friendly city called 2030 Incheon Maritime Connection, which aims to make it easier for citizens to access and enjoy the sea. This vision reflects the unique characteristics of Incheon. In conjunction with the Incheon Marine Friendly City Plan and urban regeneration projects, there is a need to develop a comprehensive marine tourism strategy for Incheon that encompasses maritime cultural tourism linked to the modern history assets around Incheon Port, marine leisure system and tourism integrated with docks and marinas, and marine ecological tourism utilizing the rich marine ecological value of West Sea and habitats such as mudflats. Yes, thank you very much. So, during the first session, we had the director from the KMI, and I asked him about you, Ms. Choi, and he said that Ms. Choi is the rising star of the KMI. So your presentation is really inspiring. And Director Choi indeed described about the marine tourism as well as the city Incheon. Next, we are going to talk about the Incheon tourism, and our next speaker will deliver his remark on that. Professor Shin Jin-bum, please.
Hello, my name is Sim Jin-bum. I work as a senior research fellow for the Incheon Institute. I'm honored to be invited to such a meaningful event as a discussant, and I have gained so many insights from the presenters today as well. When we talk about marine tourism, ultimately, we have to talk about Incheon as a marine city. From that perspective, what I want to talk about is from a temporal perspective, the past, the present, and the future. We all have to look at all of those together. As you heard from Professor Park's presentation, when we talk about the competitiveness of the ocean marine cities around the world, Incheon is not mentioned too much. Why has it not developed into a global ocean city? So I would like to share my thoughts on that question. And nevertheless, I would also like to talk about things that enable a more positive prospect for the future for Incheon. Lastly, I would like to talk about Incheon as a marine city and the approaches for the future tasks. I'd like to share some of the ideas that I have. First, what served as blockers or barriers to Incheon growing as a marine city? I can name a few. One is the awareness of citizens, awareness by citizens of the marine. I am a resident of Incheon, but from a resident's perspective, Incheon is not a leisurely place, but it's rather a closed space of regulations. The reason being, for a long time, at the Incheon coastal lines, there were military facilities or walls or fences, and they also had regulations for ships to pass. For a long time, these have embedded a thought in the minds of citizens that the ocean is a place of regulations. I'm sure that these kind of things have served as blockers to improving citizens' awareness. Another thing is the use of land and its function as space. I'm sure it improved recently, but 10 to 20 years ago, usually in the coastal lines, there were ports that are based on logistics, industrial complexes, energy production facilities, and military facilities. In other words, these were facilities that and functions that the government needed, and those were the ones that filled up the space of coastal lines. Another thing that I want to share from the perspective of culture and education is that we always talk about Busan. In 1995, the Natural Museum Museum of Natural History opened in Busan. And from a college perspective, in Busan or Mokpo, are the national marine colleges. These provide education and research as well as human resources. Professor Park, who presented today, is also in Busan, and Ms. Choi is also from Busan. I think that these serve as blockers. And another thing that I can share from a ocean structure perspective is that there are many local governments that manage fisheries of islands. Those served as blockers for Incheon to grow as a marine city and its policy to focus on rather realistic things. So as Professor Park said, as a place of serving the good to the people, the ocean had a limited role, and I thought that it was time for us to look at that issue. Nevertheless, from the perspective of projecting for the future, I'm sure that there are a lot of optimistic things that are happening. And to mention just a few of them, from the perspective of ocean infrastructure, in 2024, the National Incheon Marine Museum will open up. And in Songdo and Arabetgil, there are many waterfront projects happening. And in the port places, there are other leisure places opening up. And there are other islands like Gyeongjong Island or Seongmo Island, islands that have never really been developed. And these will actually be linked through transportation. Cruise terminals or marinas, such basic infrastructure or facilities will actually also open up, which will lead to a better environment for this port city. And secondly, I'd like to talk about private investment, which Professor Park also mentioned. If you look at the ocean as a geographic perspective, it spans a distance of 200 kilometers, and at the end of those 200 kilometers, there are meaningful projects happening. One is called Jaemulpo Renaissance, which is a regeneration project of the Incheon area, and Minister of Culture and Sports is also running a K Sports project. Another thing is linkage with the rivers. with the help of these projects, the focus of oceans is moving from the east to the west. So these are linking or leading to positive changes. Another thing that Professor Park mentioned is the investment. Investing in infrastructures like complex resorts along the coastal lines is happening, and these are all adding up to improve the environment of the areas. Another thing I want to mention is the necessity of policies as a support tool. Marine education, culture education, and talent nurturing, these all require a strong foundation. And based on the relevant laws, ordinances are being drafted to support these in the form of policy support. I'm sure that I can confidently say that the policy environment has improved significantly. As we heard in the presentation, post-COVID, we want to resume cruise tourism. This is a new environment change, which is serving as an opportunity for us. So these are all helping to rebuild Incheon as a genuinely marine city with competitiveness. Based on the analysis of the past and the present, I would like to talk about the future. In order for Incheon to grow as a truly marine city, what do we need to prepare? I think there are 4 things that I can bring up. The first thing that matters the most is having visions and clear agenda. Whether it's administration or authorities or the civil society, what do we want for the future? We want a clear agenda with visions. After I listened to the presentation, I thought about a few things. Ultimately, the perspective that we take when we look at the ocean is actually skewed towards nature and natural resources. So maybe I was concerned that tourism isn't as much of a hot potato, but I'm sure that this is going to be an important issue in Incheon, and this is possible because there is general consensus that we need a framework for discussion for this. And based on this framework, the government needs to pursue consistent policies. Secondly, how do we approach this from a holistic perspective? That's another issue. There are many issues of different levels, issues of space, issues of nature, etc. So these fragmented areas must be consolidated first when we discuss the ocean. So from that perspective, we can take a look at local governments and departments and teams within those organizations and how those organizations can take different approaches, and independent approaches and more specific approaches. And this includes civil society and mutual support between civil society and the government. And this kind of governance structure is something that requires a policy-based foundation and structure. We need a solid and rigid policy-based structure. And how do we create awareness for citizens? In that perspective, we need to attract and encourage civil society to participate in this discussion. Lastly, I'm a tourism researcher, so ultimately, how do we link these visions of ocean to visions of tourism? In that perspective, we need to take an approach in the form of value ecosystem in which different values are linked together. In the we have the conventional marine leisure value chain and a new value chain for marine tourism. We need to create an ecosystem where these value chains of the past and present are linked together. And to make that happen, we need support from government institutions, and we need investment from the government. Ultimately, in order to nurture and foster talents in the ocean tourism industry, we need to look at the ocean. We need to raise awareness of the citizens in the ocean area. We need to have corporate help and the industry's help in linking the demand and supply, and also change the foundation of policies, government policies. That wraps up my presentation. Thank you.
Thank you very much. So as you can see, he is seriously concerned with the future of the Incheon. So for the last discussion panel, we have Professor Jung Jin-young from Incheon University, and he's going to talk about the Incheon tourism in a broader perspective. Hello, everyone. In today's forum, I was really looking forward to this session, the marine tourism. So from the perspective of tourism, Korea is not an island, but in the perspective of tourism, I think Korea is an island. In order to access to Korea, inbound tourists have to fly and take their planes or take ships. We often say that when we talk about the overseas tourism, we have to ride the plane. And if we look at this word, overseas tour, it resembles that we have to go over the sea. That is because Korea is like an isolated island. Now, this comes to the question, why do we have to always ride the plane when we go overseas? Why don't we take ships? So, I believe there are certain demands for the marine tourism here in Korea, and if we can cultivate this marine tourism, I believe that many people in Korea will take boats or cruise ships to go to other countries. Thank you for the two presenters for their speech. However, my presentation will be somewhat different from the previous presentations. As for Chairman Liu, because he's a business insider, he talked about the practical examples of the cruise industry. For me, I'm going to talk about the marine tourism in two sectors, which is ocean and maritime industry. As for Professor Park, he focused on the seashores or beach. As for Chairman Liu, he focused on the ocean, including the cruise ships, as well as cruise industry. Whatsoever, these two speakers talked about the marine tourism very well. So because I'm in the MICE industry, I often think about how can the marine tourism sector can collaborate with the MICE industry. I'm pretty sure that many of you may be unfamiliar with the concept of MICE, but the venue that we are here right now is the typical example of MICE industry. So in other words, people gather together for the meeting, and it's an event with a specific purpose. We call that MICE. So people gather together and discuss issues and build networking with others, and we can also address issues. And as for the exhibitions, the buyers and sellers can meet with each other for the transaction. So for this forum, we are trying to come together to solve the issue of the marine tourism. Then what kind of relations do MICE industry and marine tourism have? So first of all, in order for the vitalization of the marine tourism, people need to gather together. So just like Professor Park mentioned, he showed examples of how people can come together. And I believe that MICE was left out at the examples, but I believe that MICE could also become a good case where people can gather together. So if we look into the concept of MICE, I believe that we can drag out answers in which we can utilize the MICE system into the marine tourism. And just like Director Choi mentioned, we have the issue of seasonality as well as high cost. And these kind of restrictions limit the marine tourism. And I believe that MICE industry can address such issues in the marine tourism. As for the seasonality, it is really affecting the marine tourism. So in the off-season, the reason why we usually hold this kind of exhibitions and meetings is to reduce the cost. So there are various restrictions in the marine tourism, and as for the solution of such restrictions, I think MICE has a role to play. And MICE industry also needs marine areas. Nowadays, the word experience resonates around the MICE industry. In the MICE industry, we always think about how we can realize the experience. So we try to provide a unique experience to the participants of the MICE meeting as much as possible, and we often think about how we can give tailored experience to the participants. So I believe that the sea can provide a unique experience in collaboration with MICE industry. So, just like Professor Park mentioned, if we look at the various MICE destinations and venues, most of them are located at the seashores. So just like Professor Park mentioned, there was this top 4 seashore cities, and the large-scale convention centers are all located in the seashore. In Singapore, there is the Marina Bay, which is the biggest convention center in the country. As for Tokyo, there is Tokyo Insight and other convention centers, as well as exhibition halls. And 2 of those exhibition halls are located near the sea. And if we move on to London, at the very end of Thames River, there is Excel London, which is the biggest exhibition hall in London. Of course, these kind of venues were not built near the seashore just for a specific purpose, but there are obviously great benefits when we build these kind of convention centers nearby the ocean. And you can see similar cases in Korea as well. If you look at Busan, it hosted APAC meetings in 2015. There's this exhibition hall in Busan named Bexco. It's rather located far from the seashore, but however, Bexco is located near the seashore. And there are also exhibition hall called APEC Nurimaru near the Dongbek Island of Busan City. And the summit was held at that Nurimar Convention Center. When the leaders of the world gathered together at the Dongbek Island, they were really surprised. They looked down to the ocean as they stood on the balcony of the convention center. And we also have Yokohama. So, as for the Yokohama Convention Center, it is located at the Generation region of Yokohama. There is the China. It is really similar to the Chinatown of Incheon. And the population volume of Yokohama is really similar to Incheon. And Yokohama is also 1 hour away from Tokyo, the capital city, which is really similar to Incheon, which is only 1 hour away from Seoul. And it is really similar that Incheon and Yokohama has this kind of common grounds. But what is different is that as Yokohama regenerated itself, it built the exhibition hall Pacific Yokohama, which is the biggest convention center. And we can see that Japan focused on gathering the people together here at this convention hall. So Yokohama's Pacific is the most representative Yokohama center as well as the convention center in Japan. And we also have Minaret 21 next to that convention center, which is also playing an active role in the MICE industry. So we have to take these kind of things into consideration. We often talk about these kind of challenges and changes, but I'm not sure whether the Renaissance project has MICE feature in it, but I'm pretty sure that the MICE industry can play a significant role in various convention centers across the world. Second, just like Chairman Liu mentioned, there are various markets in cruise industry, and one of them is MICE industry. So a conference like this here, there are various incentives that we can get through this MICE industry. So I would like to ask to Chairman Liu, so from the perspective of Loyal Caribbean, how much it is taking into account of the MICE industry? And right now, the biggest dilemma of the cruise industry is that we have too high dependency on port of calls for the cruise ships. So we have to actively cultivate the new ports for these kind of port of calls, home port, or should I say. So there are also various ideas that we have to come up with various products, and for those products, I think we should tap into the market where we can incorporate those kind of products with MICE. And the most representative image of the cruise ships coming into Korea has to do with Chinese tourists. So these kind of group Chinese tourists ride the cruise ships to come into Korea. But still, I believe that many Koreans are paying their interest in the cruise market. So there has been some proposals from the Ministry of Oceans and Fisheries that we have to have a conference related to cruise tourism. So I think that Korea should more actively participate and try to foster this kind of cruise industry. And the municipalities will also need to support for that. Thank you very much. So right now, Professor Chung mentioned about the cruise industry as well as marine industry in line with MICE industry. Whenever we have this kind of forum, we also have tourism programs. So the planning committee of this forum actually proposed that we should have a post program where we can enjoy the cruise ship tours here at Incheon Port. So next year, maybe we'll be able to ride a cruise ship at the seashore of Incheon. So in this session, we are going to receive the questions from the audience. So if anyone have questions to Chairman Liu or Professor Park, please raise your hand. We'll take 2 questions from the audience. Thank you very much. I would like to ask a question to Professor Park. Professor Park mentioned about the marine tourism city, but can we adopt those kind of concept to the international cruise industry as well? So I think here the values and the norms are really stand out. We may or we can use MICE methods here, but there will be obviously some limits for that. So what kind of system do we have to have as a base so that we can sustain the overall tourism industry and the public community? So Professor Park will answer first. So that was a very philosophical question. So when we talk about the value of freedom or a super state, we may be able to realize certain experience by the cruise industry. So just to give you a simple answer, there are casinos or gamblings that we can do on the decks in the cruise industry. And also we can hold parties or masquerade on the decks. This is an opportunity for the visitors to deviate from their daily lives and enjoy the fun on the decks. And this will obviously create new values as well. So that comes to the end of my answers. Thank you very much. Thank you.
예, 혹시 또 다른 질문? 네.
Do anyone have any other questions?
김영 교수님이
If you don't,
그 회장님한테
so Professor Chung asked a question to Chairman Liu.
드리겠습니다.
So I'll deliver his question once again.
그 크루즈 산업을 그 마이스와 연계해서
Can we connect the cruise industry with MICE industry?
좀 연계해서 같이 운영할 수 있는
And how will we be able to operate this kind of cooperation? And the second question is that
어떤 고객들이 올 수 있는 대상으로서
there are many Korean tourists who are interested in this cruise industry as well as MICE industry. Do you think that there are potential Korean consumers who are interested in cruise industry as well as MICE industry?
First of all, the MICE business is a significant proportion of cruise business. So take our business structure as example. I can share that our MICE business accounts for the between 10 to 15% of our total the passenger volumes or the revenue volume. And we have those pharmaceutical companies and also the other sectors, right? They like to take a cruise ship for their incentive travel, right? So, for instance, we have actually organized such the MICE cruise charter from Amway charter, and I think in 2014 and 15 that we actually the destination is Incheon, right? I think the reason why this company would choose Incheon is that compared to the Japan, sorry, I can't remember exactly which Korean cities, but the reason why they choose South Korean cities is that they consider this sort of you have this sort of a space that they can have this sort of a big event, because we're talking about the cruise we're talking about the 4,000 to 4,500 people. That our ship can contain 4,500 people or 5,000. But you also need to hold events on shore side. So that's why we at the time the MOE charter they decided to choose the South Koreans as a port of call rather than Japan, right? Because your country have a better the convention facilities, So yes, I think the reason why cruise ship can be an ideal location for MICE the events is because that you can have a very exclusive space for your group, for your company, right? So once on board, that people have to be very concentrated, engaged with the whole group. They probably in the past they probably don't have much time to do things on their own. They can all work together and entertain together and have a meeting together, and they probably do not have enough time to look at their cell phone, right? So the cruise ship is a very ideal venue, and also the MOA the statistics show that after each the MICE charter, right, it will boost their sales productivity by 15%. People tend to be more productive because their MICE events or charter mainly to recognize or reward their sales force. They start to advertise this MICE charter usually 2 years ago, so that if people achieve certain sales target, they will be able to qualify attending this the MICE charter. And those supercells will be get the suite, who will get the balcony, etc., etc. So these are very incentivizing things. So I think the MICE business will come back. We already have this sort of the clients contacted us because they have never been this MICE event for over the last 3 years and a half. And if they choose hotel may not have enough space for them. For instance, well, if we talk about the Spectrum has how many cabins? The stateroom, it has 2,100 cabins. So compared to say Grand Hyatt Hotel, maybe Grand Hyatt have 500 rooms. So the hotel rooms is 4 times as much as the Grand Hyatt, and you cannot entertain so many people within the Grand Hyatt, but you can contain a large group, right? Usually they took not only one cruise. The first Amway cruise they did with us is they have 6 consecutive cruises, and the latest one they cruised to South Korea, and I remember I attended their event on shore side. I can't remember exactly which city. But it's 2 consecutive cruises, right? So the answer to the professor question is yes, definitely there is a close connection. Thank you.
네, 고맙습니다. 네.
Thank you very much. So Chairman Liu is always very deeply involved with our presentation and discussion. Please give your big warm hand to Chairman Liu.
Thank you.
I believe that our time is out. Many philosophers say that the reason why humans are really tragic and unfortunate is because they feel the boredom. So in order to escape from such boredom, we do many activities. However, so far due to the pandemic, we were trapped in our house, and this has created a great boredom centering around humanity. And in order to surpass those boredom, we are now resuming to the travel. And compared with the 2019, Europe is already resuming to the travel as much as 50%, as well as Saudi Arabia. Asia is lagging behind in terms of the recovery because we opened our barriers later than other countries in the Western areas. This includes Japan and China. However, I would like to stress that the tourism industry is resuming back. And as people go for this tourism and travel, and in order to attract more tourists in Incheon and Korea, we need one more factor. We have to stimulate their curiosity and meet their curiosity. Then we have to think about how we can stimulate such curiosity and how we can build responses for such demands and curiosity of the foreign tourists. So as we are discussing the marine tourism, MICE industry, and the ocean tourism, we were able to share our insights how we can stimulate the curiosity of the overseas tourists and how we can meet the demands. And I hope that Incheon will become a potential tourism spot where we can meet the demands of such tourists. So once again, I would like to express my gratitude to all the speakers for their presentations. And I would like to express my appreciation to all the participants who are here with us in person. Thank you very much. Thank you. So that was Professor Lee Hoon of Hanyang University. He has been a good moderator. So that was the session 2, titled Cruise Tourism and Maritime Tourism to Resume. I was really looking forward to this session as well. Once again, I express my thanks to all the panelists for their presentations. So the fourth IIOF has now come to the end of its first day event. Building the new growth engine and finding the future vision, we were able to confirm such insights throughout the event. So starting with the opening ceremony and session 1 and 2, we have many participants coming and participating in this venue, and our forum will continue until the next day. Tomorrow we'll have sessions 3 as well as other special exhibitions and promotion booths and exhibitions in the Grand Ballroom A, which is right next to this venue. We also have special performance ready and prepared for tomorrow. Now this comes to the end of session 1 and 2. We'll meet you at tomorrow 10 a.m. Thank you very much.